everyone. Good evening. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Hello, everyone. Good
It's
evening.
a
Thank you very much for joining us
beautiful
today.
Wednesday evening.
It's
Thank
a
God
beautiful,
for the gift
beautiful
of life.
Wednesday evening. Thank
Hope
God
you're having a wonderful day,
for
everyone.
the gift of
Share that
life.
flower.
Hope you're having a
Link
wonderful
call.
day, everyone.
Thank you very
Shedadabawa,
much for being here.
Obolenko.
And I see some comments.
Thank you very much for being here.
Ades,
And I see
afternoon,
some
sir.
comments. Um,
Good evening, Mr.
Ades,
Rotimi
afternoon,
Coyote.
sir. Good
Good
evening,
evening.
Mr. Rotimi
Thank you
Kayode.
very much for
Good
joining
evening.
us.
Thank you very much
Thank you
for
for being here.
joining us.
Oh, we have
Thank you for being here.
a very interesting session today.
Oh, we have a great session
Bless
today.
you real good too. Thank you.
Connie, bless you real good
Ole
too.
Kon,
Thank you.
comrade, good evening, my
Thank you.
brother. Thank
Ole
you for
Kon,
coming for being
comrade,
here.
good evening, my brother.
Everybody's
Thank you
having
very
a
much
great
for
day.
being here.
Sheshe Law.
Hope everybody's having a great day.
Okay, yeah,
Ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń lọ.
chocolate chip.
Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ìrìn àjò ṣọ́kò jẹ́pọ̀.
All right. Just gonna check you too to be
All
sure
right.
everything is
Just
cool.
going to check you too to be sure everything is cool.
Glory be to God. Hallelujah.
Glory be to God. Hallelujah. All right. Hmm.
Okay. Architect Adekunle on
Oh,
YouTube.
great.
Happy evening to you too, sir.
Architect
Thank you
Adekunle on
very much for
YouTube.
being here.
Happy evening to you too, sir.
Well,
Thank you very much for being here. Ekrolel.
I'm going more ojúlé sójúlé látòjúlé mo ń
I'm
fi
just,
sójúlé
I'm going,
ojúlé láti kí
mo
gbogbo
ojúlé
àwọn ará
sójúlé látòjúlé, mo ń ti ojúlé lọ sójúlé láti kí gbogbo àwọn ará wa.
Python Lee. Hello.
Python Lee.
Thank you for joining us. Al
Ekrolel.
Alimi on Facebook. Good
Thank you
evening.
for joining us. Al
Thank you very
Alimi
much for
on
being here.
Facebook. Good evening. Thank you
All
very
right.
much for being here.
So we're gonna have a great session today.
All right.
We're gonna
So we're going to have a great
continue
session
the
today.
series. I want to see if we can
We're going to
end this stuff
continue
today.
the series.
Maybe
I
if not,
want to
then we'll do
see
it
if we
on
can
Friday.
end the stuff today. If
But I
not,
want
maybe
us to
we'll do a
start a
bit
new
of it on
series
Friday.
next week.
Um,
That's on
but I
Monday.
want us to start a new series
That will
next
be
week.
the
That's on
evolution of
Monday.
Christianity in Yoruba land.
And it will be
I'm reading some
the
books now.
evolution of Christianity in Yoruba land.
You know,
I'm reading
you
some
know how
books.
you've read something in the past and then you
You
go
know,
back to
you know how you've read
read the same
something
book
in
and
the
you discover
past and then
certain
you
things
go
like,
back to read the same book and then you discover certain things
this
like,
was here. So that's what's happening. And
this was here.
some of those things we're going to
So
share.
that's what's happening.
The
And
conversations beginning next
some
week.
of those things we're going
Next
to
week we're
share
talking about
the conversations
the evolution
beginning
of
next
Christianity
week.
in Yoruba
So
land.
next week we're going to be talking about the
And when
evolution
we're
of
done with
Christianity in
that,
Yoruba land.
we'll probably do something on
Then when we're
Obiano.
done with that,
And when we're done with
we'll
that,
probably do something on Obienu.
the deluded
And
hybrids.
when
We
we're
want to talk
done with
about the
that, we'll
folks
do
who
the
returned to
deluded
Nigeria
hybrids. We
from
want to talk
Sierra
about
Leone.
the folks who
So we have
returned
about
to Nigeria from
3
Sierra
to
Leone.
4
So we have about
topics that we're going to
three
get
to
into, like
four
one after the other. And
topics
the
that we're
series
going
could
to get
take
into, like
us
one after the other.
between 1
And
and 3 to
a
4
series could
weeks.
take us, I mean,
Eventually,
between
get to
one
know
and three to
getting
4 weeks,
together.
but we'll
Okay?
eventually
I'm
have
just
a
saying
great
that so that we
time
can
studying
better
together.
prepare
Okay,
and
so I'm
better
just saying that so that
learn
you can
together.
let us prepare,
Also,
and then we can all learn together.
Redomi Republic,
Also,
the first episode will be up
Redomi
tomorrow
Republic,
evening.
the first episode will be up tomorrow evening.
A lot of
Okay,
work going into
um,
that. Trying to get
a
it
lot of work going into that.
because we want it in such a
Trying
way
to
that
get it
if you
because we
want
want
to
it in
watch
such a
it on
way that
TV, you're not
if
going to have
you
a portrait
want to watch it
format.
on TV,
The orientation
you're
will
not going to
be
have a
landscape.
portrait format.
So
The orientation will be
you're going to like
landscape.
it when we're done.
So
I mean,
we've got to
work
do something. You're going to like it when we're
you're
done.
going to
It's, I
you're
mean,
going to like it.
good
So
work.
that'll be ready by
We've been
tomorrow
doing all
evening.
this while. You're going to like it.
All
But
right.
that will be
But we'll
ready
get
by
into
tomorrow evening.
all those things later. And I'm going to
All
leave
right.
something addressable.
we'll get into all those things later, and I'm going to repeat some things I just said right now. Good afternoon, Mr. Latunde Odediro on YouTube. Thank you very much for being here.
We'll have some reactions.
All right, like we always do, we're going to have the news, we'll have some reactions, and then we'll get into today's topic. And today we're discussing how Nigeria's first republic ended, part 6. We've had 5 parts. Today we're going to have the 6th part. And we'll be reading the book by Sheo Shagari as our primary text. The book is titled Beckoned to Serve. But we definitely, most likely, will be opening other books in order to understand some of the things that he will raise in his book. Having said that, let us get into the news. I think the news that's most popular is that of the Minister of the FCT, Son Wike, and the altercation he had, whatever was, they had it. In case you didn't know or you don't know what I'm talking about, I'd like to play part of it, and then I want you to take a listen. So please take a listen. And please, by the way, before we get into all of this, if you're on YouTube, please like the live. Let's not rush. If you're on YouTube, please like the live and share as well, right? These things help the algorithm to recommend our live. So I know I see a number of people liking the live. Thank you very much. Let's everyone like it and also subscribe to the channel. Thank you. If you're on if you're here on TikTok, please double tap on your screen and kindly click on the heart icon above my head here, just right here. That heart icon, please click on it, drop a heart me. Let's try and push the live together, okay? Thank you very much. Just drop a heart me, drop a gift. Gorilla Boys, thank you. Gorilla Boys, it's been a minute. Good to see you. Thank you for the gift. Shesheni, Otojo Meta. I'm glad you're here. All right, so please just click on the heart icon, everyone. If you're a member of the group, just drop a heart me. If you're not a member, please join. We need all the help we can get to push the live to the FYP. So please let's do that together. Okay. Someone says, I wish you document all your insights on vital, historical, political you have objectively dealt with. Yeah, they have been documented. They have been documented. I've said this several times that I'm working on something. A number of books will come out later. We're going to get into all of these things. Gorilla Boys. Now that I'm seeing your Moscow Alakwa, I know it's you. I know it's you. Thank you for being here. Good to see you.
Thank you, Akim Bami.
Good to see you. And thank you, Akim Bami Bonje. Thank you. We're working on something. But we don't want to rush it. So don't mind everyone on TikTok, please let's everyone on TikTok, please let's power tap and also click on the heart icon. Drop a heart me. Why do I say this? Drop a gift. Why do I say these things? Because of course it's good to give, but beyond that, TikTok would direct traffic to the place where there's activity that has to do with giving for the most part, giving and tapping. That's how the app works. So obe baba that's what I'm trying to do with all my alawiye. All right, so please let's quickly do that before we get into the news today.
Okay, good. Everybody's good. All right, so let's get into this. We'll start with...
Okay, good. Everybody's good. All right, so let's get into this. We'll start with the interaction. I don't even know what to call it. Interaction, altercation between the team. I have a longer version, so I'm at Jogbopo. We'll talk about it. Take a listen to this. Oh, Dr. Badru is here. Good to see you. Obebadebo Oba Oba Aoba Badebe Oba Aoba Be. Who knows the author of that book? Ta ni ẹni tó kọ ìwé yẹn?
lọ ẹ̀bùn mo tẹ̀yẹ fún yín ganan
Ó ń lọ ẹ̀bùn mo tẹ̀lé fún yín ganan.
ká tó dárúkọ ẹ̀bùn ẹ ti kọ́ sínú.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ ti dáhùn gan.
Yes.
Ká tó dárúkọ ẹ̀bùn ẹ ti kọ́ sínú kíni.
By the way, that
Yes,
book is
the
actually
JF Odunjo. You know the other. By the way, that book is actually available in Redomi Books.
to get a complete set
That's on
for
Telegram.
myself and my family.
I have to get a complete set
And of course,
for myself and my family.
edition,
And of course, the new edition
the edition is actually quite.
of each one, because it's book 1 to 6.
So you
The
should
new edition is actually quite good,
check with the new books
very
if
good.
you want those books.
So you should
I like the rhyme.
check Redomi Books if you want those books. But I like the rhyme. Anyway, after Beyin Bade and Oba with the Bade issue, let us go into today's news. Again, if you're on YouTube, please like the live and share as well. And of course, subscribe. If you're on YouTube, like and share and subscribe. If you're on Facebook, please like and share. If you're on Twitter, please repost and like the stream and also the space. And if you are here on TikTok, you know how we do it. Let's keep part tapping,
Having said that,
keep gifting, let's keep the live going.
listen to
All right. Having said that,
this
let's listen to this again altercation, I would call it, between the FCT minister and some army officers. Take a listen, please.
Because you're an officer. Nobody does. This country cannot continue on this line. My friend, you see, I have no document. Bring the document.
I have documents and everything has been submitted.
Excuse me, I'm the minister. You cannot tell me. You cannot tell me that. We cannot continue to have this impunity. Where the approval even to people. You cannot continue this way. This country cannot continue on this line. How can that man at his level, even if he has a problem, he cannot reach me and I'm sorry. See what I have. You will send soldiers to intimidate who? We are all from this country. And this is government. You cannot be higher than any government. You cannot be carrying guns to intimidate people to not to do their work. Let me tell you, if not government, you will send staff who spoke to me now. You could have killed everybody here. No problem. I'm not one of those that they can intimidate.
On the contrary,
I'm doing my job.
we are not intimidating anybody.
That's what you're doing.
The civilian, the engineer mobilized to site, and then staff or workers of SEA.
No, listen now.
We were
That is the
threatening
problem.
them, and that was when the admiral gave the order.
He cannot give order against government.
Because the papers are complete, and he said it's
Are
submitted
you the
them.
one? Listen, you don't the police one. Are you the one that will say, paper? What will show me that you are good? First of all, show me that government gave you this. Two, show me that you have an approval to build what you are building. It has nothing to do with I'm a vice admiral, I'm a lieutenant general. That is not it. We must work according to law. We must work according to law. Told you.
No, something like this. Something like that. Don't you try this. Something like I am a small boy, but the commission of planning is very good.
So there are different versions of this video. A lot of people have been talking about it. I think the one that's quite popular, I'm trying to find that video where it was, I mean, It's a shorter version. This one is too long, so I'm trying to find the shorter one. Why do you listen to this long one? Umbo.
No, it's okay. From demolition is not back.
It doesn't matter. It
That's
doesn't
all that
matter.
matters. I'm an offside, take to order.
So what? You harder who than me.
I'm an offside, take to order.
To order that you don't illegal order.
Mr. General.
Okay.
That means
You can never develop this property. I will not allow it.
no problem, sir.
You are
I'm
going
only acting on my
if
orders.
you want to
as
kill
an
everybody,
officer.
kill everybody.
We will not kill
You
anybody,
cannot.
sir. We will not. We will not kill anybody.
You put yourself in trouble.
We will not.
My friend, you see?
What is that? You cannot shut me up. Look at you. You cannot shut me up. You are my junior. You cannot even talk when I'm talking. Because I'm you're only that way. I'll be talking and policemen will be talking.
Yeah, taking with us. We don't have any
Because you're an officer. Nobody does that.
We did not carry anybody.
The man took that. I will not allow because he was cheap on the bus. And then you to carry that.
Sir, everything was applied later.
Will you
And
stop
so you
that?
get the.
Will you stop
Sir,
that?
I'm an officer. I have integrity.
Shut up, your mouth, put
Sir, I
outside.
will not shut up.
Will you get out?
I won't shut up. Sir, I'm a
I
police
was in
officer.
school, you're not in school.
Sir, you can't shut
Will
me
you
up.
keep quiet? Let them take food.
I'm not a
You are
fool.
the fool.
I'm not a
You
fool,
think you
sir.
can shoot anybody like
Sir,
that?
I'm not
You
a
are the
fool.
fool. And
I
you
am not a fool, sir.
As for the time I graduated, you were in primary school.
I'm acting on orders.
Take for which
You can't
order?
call me a fool.
I guess you will see whether you will not be here.
Sir, you can't call me a fool.
Go and develop your
I'm an officer. I'm not a fool, sir. I'm an officer.
You will have killed everybody here.
No, we won't kill anybody. We won't kill anybody. We are acting on orders.
I'm going to play the last bit because I need to switch over. I want you to listen to the last bit again. I think that's the part that is quite popular on social media. We'll start somewhere here. Take a listen, please.
No, it's okay. From demolition is not back.
It doesn't matter. It
That's
doesn't
all
matter.
that matters. I'm an offside, take to order.
So what? You harder who than me.
Sir, I'm an offside, take to order.
That you don't illegal order.
Mr. General.
Okay.
That means
You can never develop this property. I will not allow it.
no problem, sir.
You are
I'm
going
only acting on my
if
orders.
you want to
as
kill
an
everybody,
officer.
kill everybody.
We will not kill
You
anybody,
cannot.
sir. We will not. We will not kill anybody.
You put yourself in trouble.
We will not.
My friend, you see?
What is that? You cannot shut me up. Look at you. You cannot shut me up. You are my junior. You cannot even talk when I'm talking. Because you're only that way. I'll be talking and policemen will be talking.
Yeah, taking with us. We don't have any
Because you're an officer. Nobody does that.
We did not carry anybody.
The man took that. I will not allow because he was cheap on the bus. And then you to carry that.
Sir, everything was applied later.
Will you
And
stop
so you
that?
get the.
Will you stop
Sir,
that?
I'm an officer. I have integrity.
Shut up, your mouth, put
Sir, I
outside.
will not shut up.
Will you get out?
I won't shut up. Sir, I'm a
I
police
was in
officer.
school, you're not in school.
Sir, you can't shut
Will you
me
keep
up.
quiet? Let them take food.
I'm not
You are the fool.
I'm not a
You
fool,
think you
sir.
can shoot anybody like that?
Sir, I'm not
You
a
are the
fool.
fool.
I am not a fool, sir.
As for the time I graduated, you were in primary
I'm
school.
acting on orders.
Take for which
You can't
order?
call me a fool.
I guess you will see whether you will not be here.
Sir, you can't call me a fool.
Go and develop your
I'm an officer. I'm not a fool, sir. I'm an officer.
You will have killed everybody here.
No, we won't kill anybody. We won't kill anybody. We are acting on orders.
So
All right.
the particular video
So
that's been trending this morning has been that shorter one.
the particular video that's been trending since morning has been that shorter one. That was the end of the full clip.
What most people have seen.
And if you listen to that, I think that's what most people have
The reaction is actually
seen and heard.
because, of course, it paints
And the reaction is actually understandable because, of course, it paints Wiki as a terrible person.
I'm just going to read.
But before I tell you what I think about it, I'm just going to read different people's perspectives on this matter. For instance, we have the former Chief of Army Staff, retired Lieutenant General Tukur Yusuf Buratai, and this is what he had to say. Urgent action required as Mr. Wike's conduct poses a clear threat to national security. The events of November 11, 2025, involving the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Barrister Nyesom Wike, demand an immediate and serious response. His public disparagement of a uniformed officer of the Nigerian Armed Forces transcends mere misconduct. It represents a palpable threat to national security and institutional integrity. A minister's verbal assault on a military officer in uniform is an act of profound indiscipline that strikes at the core of our nation's command and control structure. He deliberately undermines the chain of command, disrespects the authority of the commander-in-chief, and grievously wounds the morale of every individual who serves under the Nigerian flag. Such actions erode the very foundation of discipline upon which our national security apparatus stands. This cannot be dismissed as political theater. It is a reckless endangerment of national order. This action by Wike is clearly an indication of undermining the federal government's authority. Consequently, Barrister Nyesom Wike must tender an immediate and unequivocal public apology to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu as Commander-in-Chief, the entire armed forces of Nigeria, and the specific officer whose honor was violated. A minister's verbal assault on a military officer in uniform is an act of profound indiscipline.
Our nation's security must come first.
Okay, I already read that.
Time for decisive action.
Our nation's security must come first. It is time for decisive action, not politics of military bashing. The integrity of our armed forces demands nothing less. Tukur Buratai. All right, that's one. I'll read another one from Joy Bokwe.
What this small boy displays today.
This is what Joy Bokwe said. What this small boy displays today has a million meanings. What frightens me is the reactions here. I have been reading what some people are saying here and I get more frightened. Who sent the small boy on this? Why are you calling him small boy now? Who sent the small boy on this horrible mission? Of what meat is he fed? I'm running away with the thinking that those lands were stolen. Take him out of the military ASAP. He represents evil. He was not well brought up. His so-called bravery is arrant nonsense, full of sound and fury, signifying, take him out. He represents evil. We call this principle of reverse psychology. Take who out? Why would you?
When it's time to come up to tell us what you
Anyway, let me tell you what I think. When it's time to come up to tell us what you think, please feel free to do so as well. Let me just say what I think.
minister actually talked about.
I mean, there is the matter that the minister actually talked about, the fact that the land probably wasn't acquired, through the proper channels or proper way, and that is a valid argument from the government, from the minister. But I think the first thing here is this. I don't know if the minister is supposed to be the one to go there. That's the issue I have. I don't think he's supposed to go there in terms of going there physically to be talking to, because to be honest, right, this is what I think. You can disagree, but I don't think he should be exchanging words with the officer,
The superior officer doesn't tell him to.
because that officer would do nothing if the superior officer doesn't tell him to leave that place.
He can't take orders.
Thank you, my reality. In other words, he
history
can't
is
take
interesting.
orders
You
from
know
the
what we read
minister.
the other day about if you have
History is interesting. Remember what we read the other day about if you have conflicting orders from the president and the prime minister, how would you listen to? And then they told them in '64 that they have to listen to the prime minister. That officer is not duty bound to listen or to obey the minister. He's not in his chain of command. That's the truth. And so when this man is calling him the small boy, it's not about age. Yubani and Tubaron Nishela and Beru Akinbere and Tamaji. He's there not in his own capacity, He's there because he was given orders to be there. Therefore, you may want to actually contact the person who is superior to him.
No.
That's one. But does that make it right?
If, for instance, we have
No.
a situation where the government is saying
If, for instance, we have a situation where
now have access to soldiers,
the government is saying something about a particular land, and all of us now have access to soldiers, then we'll put soldiers and officers in front of our property. That means that nothing happens. I think there's this thing where also we have not totally removed ourselves from the military era in Nigeria, where we think once we have, the connection with the military, then nobody can question us. I don't think that thing should work. But once it happens like this, I don't think the minister should be trading words with the officer. The officer, someone say military zones keep off. Says who? Every land within that place is actually under the control of UK. I hope you know. It's not military installation, it's private property. What do you mean military zones keep off? That's the mindset we had when we were under military. When you say military zone, you keep off. That's then, not anymore. There's nothing like military zone. If you're not talking about your barracks, it's not military installation, there's nothing like military zone. Just because you're a soldier and you have a property does not mean that it's a military zone.
These are the issues.
These are the issues. We thought we'd go back into civilian whatever since 99. We still have that mindset.
It's a personal property.
It's not military zone. It's a personal property. And as far as they're in Abuja, it's still under the authority of the FCT minister, because that's his duty. That's his it's under his purview. But the point is that whatever he wants to do, he cannot be talking to that officer. And calling the officer you're a fool is unnecessary. It's unnecessary. It's unnecessary. That person would only listen to Oga. Shebi is hierarchy, military hierarchy. So the job would be to talk to the Oga. But the question is this: it also shows what we do in Nigeria, where let's say you have an issue with a person or with the government, you're not going to court, you're not going through any proper challenge. You just position officers and soldiers there. Therefore, keep off. That is not right. Let's make something very clear. This is a civilian regime, civilian government. The military is under the civilian. It's just that the particular officer cannot take direct orders from this particular civilian.
So the for instance,
for instance, he said something that I actually found. Well, he was also angry, the officer, when he said he was talking to the police and he was, saying that he's talking, police is talking. The truth of the matter is that soldiers are not meant to be doing what they were asked to do, to stand in front of somebody's building. That is not part of the. It's just that I think the person who owned the property was said to be a retired military officer. So maybe that's why. But I think it was just a huge misunderstanding. Whatever was happening should have been between the minister of FCT and the supposed owner of that property. I don't see why he would now go down. Now you'll be talking directly to a person, and then that one you're saying he's a fool. You're in primary school when I was in school. That doesn't matter. That in that moment, although that person is taking orders from the superior officer, he's also representing the president. It's a very funny mix. He's in uniform. That's Nigerian military standing right there. And Brata was right. But when you say you should apologize, I don't even know. That's on them. They will know exactly what they're supposed to do. But the person you are talking to in that moment, you're talking to the government. You're talking to the president. Although I don't even know why lawlessness is poor Nigeria, yo. Lawlessness is poor Nigeria, yo. You see how confusing this thing is? The person is representing the government, but in that particular moment, he's not even supposed to be there because that's his job.
As a minister, you cannot be the one to.
But even though it's wrong to be there, as a minister, you cannot be the one to tell him what to do because he doesn't take orders from you. You see how color it all looks. Says, but the minister of the FCT also represents the president. He's not representing.
We can go granular, but the truth of the matter is.
What's the word now? We can go granular, but the truth of the matter is that that man is not going to take any orders from the president. He's not going to take any orders from the minister of FCT. If you say the minister is also representing president, why then do we say that you cannot say Sanwo-Olu was the one who sent the military to shoot at Lekki toll
Because he
gate?
can't. The governor cannot order the military.
Because he can't.
He can't.
The governor
And
cannot
that's why
order
when
the
people were
military.
saying, Sanwo-Olu was the one who said they should go and shoot.
He
I was
can't.
like, this is nonsense.
And that's why when people were
Doesn't
saying
make sense.
Sanwo-Olu was the one who
How
said
would
they should go and
Sanwo-Olu
shoot, I was like, this is nonsense. It doesn't even make sense. How would Sanwo-Olu call the military officer and a military officer or call the barracks and say, oh, you guys, oh yeah, it's time for you to come and they're not under him.
If they are talking, it's based on maybe respect.
They don't take orders from the
If you're
governor.
going through structure,
If they are talking, it's based on maybe respect, but not like if you're going through structure, like the governor. He's not the commander in chief of the armed forces. That's the president.
And by the way, to the people who are raising the
So
conversation, we agree
if
with me
and by the way,
that Governor
to the
Babajide
people who are raising the
Sanwo-Olu
conversation,
could not
if
have
we
ordered
agree
the
with
army
me
to
that
shoot or to do
Governor
whatever
Babajide Sanwo-Olu could not have ordered the army to shoot or to do whatever they did, or to even go, forget shooting, to even go to that toll gate, then, which means of course that they don't take orders from him, then you can't expect this loan officer to take orders from the FCT minister. That's not how it works. It's not in the chain of command. He has no reason to listen to him. But the real issue is this: why is it that we have, and this is we all do it, at different levels. Do you hear the question those people were asking each other? Who are you? Do you know who I am? Who are you? Before you must show it by telling the people who you are, and then you get people to go and stand there.
For me, that's the issue.
Lawlessness is more Nigeria.
Lawlessness, because
For me, that's the issue. I think this is lawlessness because there's no reason for that officer to be in that place. None at all.
It's not a private security.
None. It's not a security officer. It's not a private security firm. This man is a military officer. There's no way you bring that to the point. I think someone said something. I think he mentioned 3-star general. You can't. I mean, no, that's beneath him. To be honest, it's beneath him. Shouldn't our soldiers, our officers should not be standing and protecting a building from being pulled down, even if he's wrong, even if you are right, self. Let alone if you are wrong.
Let me tell you something. In all of this,
but I also agree with the officer, Sha. Let me tell you something. In all of this, let me tell you one person that you cannot blame for anything is that officer. He's not wrong for anything. He didn't do anything wrong. He was told to go there and he went there, following orders. And you came and told him to leave. He can't leave.
He's not wrong.
Because you're not his Oga. He's not wrong. That officer is not wrong at all. He's lieutenant. Oh, okay. His Oga is 3-star general. He cannot. There's nothing he did wrong. I see a lot of people also. Again, I think people like I'm supporting this one. I'm not supporting anybody. I'm just looking at everything. There's nothing that gentleman did wrong. There's nothing he did wrong. But I don't think there's any reason it should be there. None. If we are serious about the way Nigeria should run, there is really no reason to have officers, securing a building. That's my own opinion. And this person that says he's a small boy, I don't think it's fair. Let me read that thing again. This is Joey Bukwe. It says, what this small boy displayed today has a million meanings. What frightens me is the reactions here. I have been reading what some people are saying here, and I get more frightened. Who said can't leave because he's under authority? And then you are saying what this small boy did is wrong. It's frightening you. What is small boy? What makes him small? His age.
He's trained.
He's an officer. He's trained.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He begins to move, shake like a leaf, and say, "Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir." And that's not an officer worth his salt in Nigerian army or navy. You should probably find a way to throw him somewhere. But for him to be able to stand strong like that shows that he's well trained. In my opinion, you may not agree. That's fine. But I don't think calling him a small boy makes any helps in any way. But let me read what he said again. What the small boy displayed today has a million meanings. What frightens me is the reactions here. I have been reading what some people are saying here and I get more frightened. Who sent the small boy on this horrible mission? That's the only thing that I think makes sense here. Who sent the small boy on this horrible mission? That's the person who should go and be meeting. Leave the young man alone. Of what meat is he fed? I am running away with the thinking that those lands were stolen. Take him out of the military ASAP. Why? He represents evil. How? He was not well brought up. Do you know his family? His so-called bravery is arrant nonsense. full of sound and fury, signifying, take him out, it represents evil. We call this principle of reverse psychology. I don't agree with this. I don't agree. That's from Drake Bookway. I don't agree with that. I think it's actually wrong. But do I think Wike was wrong to want to do what he wants to do? Wike is not wrong. What I just don't like here is that I don't think Wike should have been there. And if he ever had to be there, his conversation should have been with the man, the guy at the top, not with the officer. They're not on the same level, like in reality. But as per military, that one will listen to you. And then we stop about the. So again, I think I already read what General Buratai said. And I think here's the issue. And I've said it before. I want to read something else, and I'm going to use this to explain the last bit. Then we'll end it.
So here's the issue for me. If the construction is illegal,
No officer should be protecting that place.
because again, I know I've said it
That's
before,
what
I want to say it
I
again.
believe.
This
Because again, I know I've said it before, but I want to say it again. This is not a military regime.
this is a civilian. We're in a
This is a military
era.
regime. This is a civilian.
The power
We're in a
does not
civilian
lie
era.
in who has, it's
And
not about might. It's
The
not might or
power
right.
does not lie in who has. It's not about might. It's not might or right,
You can't build
right?
anywhere and
It's
nobody should ask
really about the rule of law, and you can't build anywhere and say nobody should ask you because you're in the military. I don't think that's right. I mean, it's not even I don't think it is not right. Right?
Someone says
This is
building legit.
2025.
From what I've read, they said it's illegal.
Someone says the building legit. From what I've read, they said it's illegal.
Right?
It's illegal,
But even if it were legal, I mean, there are some things that we should.
right?
Shall we
But
say
even
want to
if
go
it were
over?
legal, I mean, there are some things that we should.
2025, that's 26.
Shall we say we want to go over? Abi?
This thing is in our
1999, 2025, that's 26 years. We have not. This thing is in our heads.
Government wants to do something, now go and look
You
for-
cannot do anything you
Most
like,
of people-
and
most
then when
Nigerians
government wants
do
to do something, you now go and look
Just go
for.
and pay one
And we all,
policeman,
most of people, most Nigerians do it.
That thing has to
Just
be-
go and pay one policeman, that one go and call somebody and do something like that. Thing has to. We have to,
But
you know,
the
God will help us as a nation.
I think I said it.
But okay. I think I said it. I'm just repeating myself. The wicked thing, you should not have gone there, and they should not be insulting that gentleman. Insulting him for what? It is a fool, Abba. Wait.
This is well.
It is
When it's time to come
well.
back, someone says that area is not residential. We'll talk about all of that when you come.
When it's time to come back, someone says that area is not residential. We'll talk about all of that when you come up. I want to have maybe like 20, 30 minutes for that, and then we'll go to the topic of today.
So that's that about I think.
All right,
Oh, yeah,
so
another news
that's
report.
that about I think. Is there another thing? Oh yeah, there's another news report.
Let me read some very funny reactions.
Let me read some very funny
Notice say Wike and no
reactions online on this
touch
matter.
it. Wike and catch cruise.
Who notice say Wike and no touch that soldier? I they come and catch cruise.
Let's not read it. I'm looking at Hussein Rufai, Ketan Shaw.
Let's not read it. I'm looking up Seni Rufai, Ketan Shaw. Not too good.
I think he did the right thing.
But I think the point is for me, and there's no reason to call him a small boy, and the minister too should not be, talking to. If you think he's a small boy, talk to his guy at the top. May God help all of us. All right.
There's this news.
Um,
trending a while back. I don't usually talk about things like
There's this
but I think
news,
it's important
right?
to
I was
talk
trending a while back.
because of
I don't usually talk about things like this, but I think it's important to also bring it because it happened in different parts of the world before, and I think it's important to share.
what's the word now?
So a man was
Of sleeping with
what's the word now? Accused
two daughters.
of sleeping with his two daughters. And
He was arrested by the police. Again, we don't usually do news. like
he
this,
was
but
arrested by the police.
I think this one is
Again, we don't usually do news like this because we're always talking politics and everything, but I think this one is social stuff, so it's important. Was arrested
and while
and questioned,
questioning him, they said some things.
and
I want you to
while
listen to this.
we were questioning him, they said some things, and I want you to take a listen to
If
this.
you don't know the report,
We don't usually do this, but it's important. You will If you don't know the report, just listen. If you know the report, don't worry. There's another thing I'm going to add to it. Take a listen to this. By the way, this was when it was being asked to write a statement that it was actually defiling his daughters. Take a listen.
Yes, of course. I can't do that. I will threaten her that you can leave the city. No. Hey! That is why you go for. Put it in your right. No way. This is not me. No. There's a mistake somewhere. Madam, what are you doing? What's your man? Who are you so much?
I said, right to come on, like you to the penny.
I don't know if you don't know. There is statement in down. I'm not talking. Just about police. When you find the new one come to you, my beloved three children, you know, so much. This one here. This one here. It's like open my lab. I'm going to open my lab before we watch it. I think we should see what we did because I'm a one. I'm not maybe not more than this. I'm going to advise our money. That's why I'm going to I should not cry for him.
Everybody insulted the guy.
Of course, when the news came out, everybody insulted the guy. People talked about, whatever you felt when you heard the news. Such a bad person, this should be done to him, that should be done to him. Well, it turns out that he didn't do it. I'm going to read something to you from the court papers. I'm not sure if you listen to everything, but part of it was speaking Igbo. This is not about an Igbo person did anything. This is serious stuff. I'm not doing bad books. I don't do bad books anyway. In the Magistrate Court of Enugu State of Nigeria, in the Enugu Magisterial District, holding at Enugu, Commissioner of Police versus Chisom Okonkwo, female, age 29 years, of August 2024, along Adoration Junction, opposite Dan Legal Hotel, Emene Enugu, within the jurisdiction of this honorable court, did defame the character of one Okonkwo Ozioma, male, by shouting in the public that he defiled your two daughters, which has exposed him to hatred, contempt, ridicule, and has damaged his reputation, and thereby committed an offense contrary to Section 323 and punishable under Section 325 of the Criminal Code, Cap 30, Volume 2, Revised Laws of Enugu State of Nigeria, 2004. Count 2, that you, Chisom Okonkwo, female, on the 27th day of October 2025, at State Intelligence Department SID, Enugu, within the jurisdiction of this honorable court, did give false information to the police detectives that one Okonkwo Ozioma male defiled your two daughters, which made the police officers to arrest and detain him. The information you knew to be false, and an action he wouldn't have taken if the true facts were known to him, or if the true facts were known to them, and thereby committed an offense punishable under the Section 154, 1A and B of the Criminal Code, Revised Law of Enugu State, and so on and so forth. I watched the video, and I wish you could see, well, when I put the video out, I'm going to put, like, you're going to see him. When he was told that it was his wife, or ex-wife, who said that, the way, the shock on his face, right, the feeling of defeat, of betrayal. Okonren, you know what, let me show you.
Nigeria police that
Nigeria police
is spoken.
that the same thing everywhere. Hey,
Okay,
they
this is what I
spoken.
want to show you. Hey, Bature, just watch.
Okay, this is what I want to show you. Where you Batore, just watch.
Watching him just
Watching him
go
just
silent, actually just broke my heart.
watching him go silent actually
There have
just
been
broke my heart.
many things like that
Um,
we've heard. We've seen it in the
there have
US.
been many
You know,
things like this that we've heard.
football
We've seen
player
it in the U.S.
who went
Of
to jail
a
because somebody
football
lied.
player who
This is actually very
went
sad.
to
I
jail
just want to
because
talk
somebody
about
lied.
it. I don't even know. In fact, let me
And
play
this is
another
actually
video.
very
This
sad.
one
Just what I
is
should
from
talk
the
about
US.
it. I
I
don't
think
even know.
it's
In fact, let me play another video. This one is
Iyanla
from the
Vanzant.
U.S. I think it's Iyanla Vanzant.
We're going to tell the truth. Mr. Monzel. We're going to tell the truth. Mr. Monzel. In your lie detector test, you were asked, did you have any sexual contact with any of your 3 daughters? You said no. And the lie detector said there was no deception.
Yes, thank God.
How does that feel for you? And that your daughters know it.
Well, I felt they always did know it.
You felt they always did know it. Mm-hmm. And didn't speak it because?
They didn't know no better. They wasn't told no different.
Miss Yvonne took a lie detector test and said, did you make up or exaggerate any stories with the intention to harm Monzel? She responded no, and the answer was deceptive. Then he asked you, did you say something to the effect of, I'm going to make sure you're never happy again? She responded no, and the answer was deceptive. So Miss Yvonne has acknowledged that her story about you touching your children in a sexual way was not true. So Miss Yvonne, is there anything that you wanted to say to Mr. Monzel?
Why didn't you fight for him harder if you knew you
Excuse
didn't
me.
do it?
And what is it that he could have said that would have made you not believe the lie you were telling? Miss Yvonne, you told the lie. It was a lie, and you told it. And you gotta own it.
I'm sorry. I need you to say that you did not rape your girls. I need to hear it come out your mouth the way I've always heard it, Ma.
I apologize for accusing you of raping them. Please forgive me.
You don't have to forgive him. You don't have to.
I cannot accept your apology because it's not sincere. Deep down, I know that you didn't believe that. You knew I had no sexual desires for my children. For 25 years, this thing has broken me. You don't know. It has affected my life in ways I can't even count. The things that you did. This is not no game. This is these children's lives. And it's just a demon in you that you need to deal with.
All right. So that was from Iyanla Vanzant, woman who lied for 25 years that her husband was sleeping with their daughters. The problem with people like this is that they make it difficult for the folks who are actually suffering from this thing to be believed. Or the society finds it difficult to now believe the real victims because anybody can just come up lie, and because all of us are usually on the side of the supposed victim, we or don't sometimes even kill the person before you discover that you were wrong and you were used. All right. Well, that was just thought I should, put that out there. I don't want to stay too long on the news today. I'll bring people up, and if you want to talk about the whole thing with Wiki, let's do that before we get into today's topic proper.
I don't want to spend too much time on this because we have a lot of pages.
So if you like to be, I don't want to spend too much time on the news because we have a lot of pages to cover. I want to make sure that today we cover as many pages as possible in that book. All right.
Let me read some of it.
Okay. Let me read some of it.
Like I said, we just go straight to the news. Sorry, to the topic.
But I say we just go straight to the news. Sorry, to the topic.
Someone says that Igbo guy could have gotten beaten.
I think we should just go straight to the topic. Someone says that Igbo guy could have gotten beaten to strip or God save him.
The states.
I'm just glad that the state, is actually the one taking this girl on, or the lady, 29 years old, for defamation. But I think there should be something more. You can't lie like that, and that will not be it.
There's a report
as well.
I saw, by the way, let me just read this one.
There's a report I saw, by the way, let me just read this one. There's a report I saw. I'm trying to find the other one, but let me read this one. The recent advisory from the U.S. Department of State for Nigeria, listing 18 states as level 4, do not travel. Here's the full list of 18 states in Nigeria advised not to travel to: Borno, Yobe, Kogi, Northern Adamawa, Bauchi, Gombe, Kaduna, Kano, Katsina, Sokoto, Zamfara, Abia, Anambra, Bayelsa, Delta, Enugu, Imo, Rivers, excluding Port Harcourt. 18 states.
3, 4, 5, 6 of the states.
Some regions have 3, 4, 5, 6 of their states in all of this. Which is well with Nigeria. If you're from the southwest, that thing that we do that makes them say we're not thinking straight, please keep doing it so that we don't have the kind of experience that those who think straight are having. May God have mercy on all of us. Amen. Let's move to today's topic. Today, I intentionally decided not to read too much news.
Thank you for the.
Abi, one more news. Thank you for the gift, for the heart signal. T-Girl 611. Thank you. All right.
Nigerians are some of the funniest, sometimes.
Nigerians are some of the funniest, sometimes unserious human beings on earth. For instance, when Trump the whole thing with Trump, the CPC stuff came up the other day, people were saying things like, "Well, it should not happen in my area," or "Wait till next year," or things like that. Well, the one that happened this morning, let me show you something. Come on, you're serious. I've got time on your feet. AIC. What's in rock? Nigerians are funny. Who did one where the guy was kneeling down to give her a drink?
Anyway,
it's quite funny.
Let's move away from.
Anyway, let's move away from. Let's go to today's topic.
Alright, if you're on TikTok, please let's power tap. Let's try and get this thing to.
Alright, if you're on TikTok, please let's power tap. Let's try and get this thing to 30K on TikTok.
Maybe I should have stayed with Wiki.
Everybody's too quiet. Is this the story? Maybe I should have stayed with Wiki. I think the story is somehow. Everywhere is quiet. Everybody was typing when we were discussing Wiki. Okay, let's go to politics. So he says everything accrues for Nigeria, my brother. That's what we see, Amo.
Alright. How Nigeria's First Republic Ended, Part 6.
How Nigeria's First Republic Ended, Part 6.
So the last time we talked about. We need it.
Please be on TikTok. Don't stop our tapping, please. We need it. If you're on YouTube and Facebook, please like and share the live. Thank you very much. Let me check our folks on Twitter, and then we can dive right into today's topic. I'm glad I'm doing this before 6 p.m. This is good. Very good.
Nice. Let's go on.
Okay, Twitter is good.
All right. So
nice. Let's go on.
Talked about.
All right. So we talked about Decree 33 and Decree 34 of 1966, which were promulgated by J.T. Aguiyi-Ironsi after he became head of state. We talked about, the process. We mentioned Nwokedi, Francis Nwokedi, who essentially was the one-man commission of inquiry, and he was the one who advised, so to speak, the head of state to promulgate a unitary decree in Nigeria in May of 1966. But we mentioned that, it wasn't just something that you can blame only. It's not even about blaming. It's not just something that you can attribute just to Ironsi. It's an idea that goes way back. For instance, in late 1940s, early 1950s, NCNC, led by Zik, they've been pushing the idea of, a unitary state, like a unitary constitution in Nigeria, long before independence, right? And eventually we settled for federal system, but even then, the idea never really left. And as soon as Ironsi took power, the thing they started thinking of is how to make Nigeria a unitary state. And it wasn't just himself. We read yesterday a book by a man called Nebo Graham Douglas. Nebo Graham Douglas was the Attorney General of the Eastern Region, appointed by Ojukwu himself. So he worked with Ojukwu for a while before he resigned, just around the time the war was going to begin. Was from present day, at the time was Rivers State in 1967, right? Rivers State at the time. I don't know if he's now still Rivers or Bayelsa. But the point is, he talked about how in March, Ojukwu had approached him. You know what? Let me just read it because we have time today, so we might as well take advantage of it. Give me a second. You talk about how Ojukwu had approached him and asked that he should help write a decree, a unitary decree for Nigeria. And of course, he said no, advising him not to take that route because it could hurt the country, and that the North would not agree. And exactly what he said came to pass. Let me read to you what he said here. In March 1966, we're talking here, Nebo Graham Douglas, he was the Attorney General of the Eastern Region. In March 1966, following the military coup of January 1966 and the establishment of military regimes both at the federal Nigerian level and in all the constituent regions of the Federation, I was appointed by Lieutenant Colonel C. Odumegwu Ojukwu, then military governor of Eastern Nigeria, as Attorney General for Eastern Nigeria, to assist him, as he put it, in quote, in the work of reconstruction, facing the new military setup throughout the country. I was in that position when in May of that year, I became aware of the proposal to replace the existing federal system of administration with a unitary system. In my official capacity, I was called upon to advise on the draft decree by means of which the conversion was intended to be carried out. I advised against it. It was obvious to me that the move was Eastern, more governor, that if it was enacted and implemented, there would be such a violent reaction from the North that rather than unify the country, it would tend towards disintegration. Later that month, we attended a meeting of the Central Executive Council in Lagos, and informal discussions with my colleagues, the Attorney General for the Midwest and the Solicitors General of the North and West, made me feel certain that I had given the proper advice. However, the decision on the draft decree would be taken not by the Central Executive Council, but by the Supreme Military Council. On Tuesday, 24th May in a nationwide broadcast, the head of state and supreme commander of the Nigerian Armed Forces, now the late Major General JTU Aguiyi, announced the change. Decree number 34 of 1966 had been promulgated. The immediate reaction of the North was as I had foreseen. On Sunday, 29th May, there were unpleasant incidents in most cosmopolitan areas of northern Nigeria, and eastern, more so Igbo residents thereof, appeared to have come off pretty badly. The nation at once appeared to be facing the grim prospect of disintegration. To stave this off, the head of state held meetings with the representatives of the northern chiefs and subsequently with the military governors of all the regions. All right, so just wanted to read that as a way to recap. Back to the book by Shehu Shagari. Again, the book is called Beckoned to Serve.
So you mentioned, of course, how purportedly unified the country by
Decree 34 came about. It purportedly unified the country by abrogating the federal framework. In other words, the original system was essentially destroyed. Not even just essentially, it was totally destroyed. Was put aside, set aside, and replaced the regions with groups of provinces and unified the federal and regional public services. From the northern viewpoint, the implications of this in terms of distribution of power, the allocation of public resources and amenities, the prospect of Igbo and southern domination, and the threats to mainstream northern ways of life were unmistakable. All right, I'm not going to read everything. Then he talked about, it was, however, the unification of the public services which really provoked the severest anxiety among senior northern civil servants. In itself, this directly affected only few top positions and allowed regional control over appointment to all junior provincial-based federal posts. Northern bureaucrats nevertheless perceived it as a menace not only to the newfound influence of the higher civil service, but to their own individual career prospects as well. The anxiety, born of a strong suspicion of an Igbo design for hegemony, was worsened because Mr. Nwokedi, an Igbo crony of Ironsi, had solely authored the interim report which led to the unification decree. Northern administrative officers were further galled by an official seniority list based on salary and date of appointment and prepared by an Igbo colleague of Nwokedi, which showed many of them way below their southern equals just because their government paid the least salaries. On 27 and 28 May, peaceful demonstrations by civil servants and university students in the north greeted the unification decree because both groups saw it as threatening their present and future careers respectively. I want to pause to say something here before I read the next paragraph. If you were here the last time, we talked about how, of course, the coup happened in January of 66, and afterwards, the people in the north were taunted by folks from the southeast, living amongst them. We read the report, we read it here in the book by Shehu Shagari. We also read it from, what book is that? A Tragedy of Victory by Brigadier Godjan Sama. I also mentioned another, source, The Origin of the Civil War by Azikiwe. And what we noticed, of course, was that people were being, taunted and insulted in their homeland, and they did not do anything. That's where I'm going. There's a particular narrative that's been around for a while that, they killed northern leaders, and then the Hausas and the northerners began to kill Igbo people. That's not what happened. After the Sardauna was unalived in January, nobody was killed in the north. Nobody went around killing Igbos because of what happened, although they knew what happened. As a matter of fact, before Shehu Shagari left Lagos for Sokoto, Orizu called him and told him that this thing had nothing to do with Igbo. Even this Nzogu that did it, we don't really consider him he means nothing. He's nobody in the eastern region. That's what he said. It's in this book.
The thing is,
right?
People really wanted to,
so
if they really wanted to kill
the thing is, if people really wanted to kill them or to retaliate immediately, they would have done it. But that's the narrative we've been told, that because of what they did, in the beginning they didn't do anything, and they were still taunted for months. But the straw that broke the camel's back was what happened in May. That was May 24th. But even then, there was no riot. They had a protest on the 27th and 28th of May.
On the 29th, everything just went crazy.
And then on the 29th, everything just went crazy. Meanwhile, there occurred another provocation which deeply wounded Northern and in particular Muslim sensibilities. The June 1966 edition of Drum, a highly popular magazine, was out on sale few days after the Unification Decree. 1 second, please.
The June 1966 edition of Drum, a highly popular magazine, was out on
The June 1966 edition of Drum, a highly popular magazine, was out on sale few days after the Unification Decree. One feature article entitled Why Nigeria Exploded dwelt on the bogey of Northern domination. It also scorned previous political leaders except Drs. Azikiwe and Okwara, both of them Igbo. There's a pattern you notice here. When it was time to kill politicians who were corrupt and this and that, it was everybody but folks from the southeast. And then when it was time to write about people that also had issues, it was everybody but southeastern leaders, even though they were responsible for the same thing, even if not more, the kind of corruption that we're talking about. And we talked about it before. Maybe another time we'll talk about what happened, for instance, with Orizu, with Azikiwe, with Mbadiwe, with Ikejani, all these things, but nobody really touched them when it was time to actually discuss, these issues. Anyway, let's continue reading. The writer, let's go back a bit. One feature article entitled Why Nigeria Exploded dwelt on the bogey of Northern domination. It also scorned previous political leaders except Drs. Azikiwe and Okwara because they can do no wrong, both of them Igbo. The writer was the magazine's editor, Nelson Ota, also an Igbo. Even more distasteful was another article on the slain Northern Premier entitled, quote, Sir Amodu rose in his shrouds and spoke from the dead, unquote, written by Koz Idakbo, another Igbo journalist. The feature carried a phony photograph of Sir Amodu's robed body placed on a bier before Idakbo and with a crowd watching. This showed Sir Amodu allegedly confessing his foolish misdeeds and asking, confessing in quote, his foolish in quote, misdeeds and asking Idakbo for forgiveness. Within 24 hours of the magazine reaching a number of northern cities and towns, and against the backdrop of the protests by civil servants and students, riots swept across the north for several days, beginning from Sunday 29 May. The result was catastrophic. Igbo people and their churches were attacked, their shops, businesses and homes looted, while hundreds lay dead and injured. Along with the mayhem came the Hausa cry of Araba, let's split up, which immediately seized northern imagination. 1 second, please.
The politics of ethnic violence which the January coup makers...
The politics of ethnic violence which the January coup makers... I'll take that again. The politics of ethnic violence which the January coup makers made their hallmark and taken an uglier turn. But this time, mostly by the northern urban jobless and ruffians. Some order was, however, quickly restored thanks to the prompt intervention of traditional rulers. Sir Abubakar III, the Sultan of Sokoto, for instance, swiftly deployed all his chiefs and councillors with a remit to halt the violence. It was a rather tricky business, but we did the best we could. In retrospect, my assurance to Dr. Orizu that the violent northern reaction to the January killings was unlikely proved somewhat optimistic. There followed between 1 and 2 June a conference of northern emirs and chiefs and other opinion leaders in Kaduna to review the episode and explore ways of diffusing the crisis. Its initiator, Lieutenant Colonel Hassan Katsina, the northern governor, addressed the conference, which turned out to be quite explosive. It was clear to many of us present that the traditional rulers were out of tune with the depth of feeling in the north. Unprecedented signs of defiance to the authority were visibly in evidence. Rather than risk a headlong collision, their eminences quickly adjusted to the radical impulses of the northern people. Accordingly, the conference prepared and adopted a strongly and recommendations for a peaceful resolution of the crisis. A high-powered delegation of emirs presented the memo to the governor for onward transmission to General Ironsi. Meanwhile, the Sultan issued a statement on behalf of the conference urging people to remain calm and to give the government chance to consider our recommendations. General Ironsi, who was now badly shaken by the tragic May riots, made conciliatory noises, assuring the rulers of his strong resolve to consult them and the wider public on matters of national importance, like he did when he promulgated those decrees. Stay with me.
But this was not reinforced by, in fact, let me just take that again.
But this was not reinforced by, in fact, let me just take that again. The break was too long. General Ironsi, who was now badly shaken by the tragic May riots, made conciliatory noises, assuring the rulers of his strong resolve to consult them and the wider public on matters of national importance. But this was not reinforced by credible action. While he ordered probes into the riots, Ironsi failed to penalize the January coup makers or revoke the unification decree, which were central to northern grievances. And although the core of his regime was blatantly Igbo, his attacks on ethnicity remained as robust. You see the pattern that I always talk about. Listen, although the core of his own regime, the core of his regime was blatantly Igbo, his attacks on ethnicity remained as robust as ever. In other words, he would tell you that you are tribalistic and you should not be tribalistic. He would be saying anybody that is doing, you are always speaking your language, your people, you are tribalist and everything. But in reality, his own cabinet was through and through Igbo. Moreover, Ironsi's, although the core of his regime was blatantly Igbo, his attacks on ethnicity remained as robust as ever, with southern intellectuals encouraging him to press on with unification. Actually, it's not southern, it's Igbo. Read from the book by E.A. Ayodele. The book is called The Educated Elite in the Nigerian Society. It actually gave us, you know what, let me not just talk about it, let's read it. Let's read what the intellectuals were saying to Nigerians and also to Ironsi. When we say intellectuals, we're talking about the lecturers at the time, how much they supported the whole thing about unification. That's why when you see some of them today speaking English, at the time they were also speaking English and supporting nonsense. The book is called The Educated Elite in Nigerian Society by E.A. Ayodele. And this is one of the things they said. Since the last event, unification decree, it has become crystal clear that the former leaders of the action group have, as predicted, joined forces with the former leaders of the NNDP in a renewed battle against Easterners. This is not physical fight, though. What's the renewed battle against Easterners? Take it. Just keep listening. Recent events have further demonstrated that these leaders are clearly striving to counter the efforts of the military regime to forge national unity. The best of the intellectuals that were Igbos in '66 wanted the military. It's not so different from what you have right now, where you have one section of Nigeria asking for military in 2025. Although they're not the ones that are necessarily pushing it right now, because they don't have the kind of numbers they had back then in '66 in the officer cadre. In terms of percentages, ratio. All right. Recent events have further demonstrated that these leaders are clearly striving to counter the efforts of the military regime to forge national unity. In this respect, the Western leaders are one with the Northern leaders, who are similarly opposed to a unitary system of government in Nigeria. And all of them are anxious that the country should revert to the old federal structure, which, as everyone knows, was the principal cause of most of the woes of the First Republic. In other words, the lecturers, the intellectuals wanted unitary system, and they wrote against the Westerners, that's Yoruba people, and also folks in the North. They also say here, the self-styled leaders and spokesmen of the Igbo people, mainly university intellectuals, argued passionately that it would be wrong to see the Igbo as grabbers of most of the offices in the country. Rightly considered, they contended, they the other ethnic groups in culture civilization. He's quoting them. They were the most receptive to new ideas and the most able to assimilate them. It would be unfair. It would be most unfair and unjust for any other people in Nigeria, particularly the Northerners, to wish to dominate Nigeria. For Northern Nigeria lacked education and culture and was never in a position to contribute to the advancement or progress of the country. That's from Mbeyi Collections, Biafra Newsletter, Volume 1, Number 8, 1st March of 1968. So that's the kind of stuff we're getting from the East. I'm going to read another page here. And by the way, they were the exact same group that pushed Ojukwu to get his own Biafra thing. There are two major groups that got Ojukwu in trouble. Two major groups. Number one was the Nnewi clique. Number two were Igbo intellectuals. They were goading him on. They were telling him, do it, we have to break the country. They were just those things. If we have time today, if there's time, we'll read...
when we get to that bit, we'll read the book by Ken Saro-Wiwa.
No. When we get to that bit, we'll read the book by Ken Saro-Wiwa, On a Darkling Plain. Kubo on YouTube.
Kubo says, till my dad passed, if you mention Azikiwe to him...
Kubo says, till my dad passed, if you mentioned Azikiwe to him, he would always repeat the story of how Zik packed his people into every government department and completely forgot that other people existed. He did that. They did that.
I want to close. Please close the door now.
1 second.
Oh. Even if you're pouring water, please.
Oh.
Alright. So that's what the so-called
Alright. So that's what the so-called intellectuals. The other one is about what they said to Ojukwu. We'll get to that later. Let's go back to the book by Shehu Shagari. He says here, Bulawao.
This was not reinforced by credible action.
But this was not reinforced by credible action. While Iransi ordered probes into the riots, Iransi failed to penalize the January coup makers or revoke the unification decree, which were central to northern grievances. And although the core of his regime was blatantly Igbo, his attacks on ethnicity remained as robust as ever, with southern intellectuals, Igbo intellectuals, you should say, encouraging him to press on with unification. We just read what the Igbo intellectual said in Mbeyi Collections, 1968. That was even, they were referring to what they did in 66. We also read what they said in 66 as well. Let's go on. He's declared intention on 20th July to rotate regional military governors in a 6-monthly basis to a post-military prefect to the provinces, and in a later announcement to rotate army battalions, was curtly dismissed by the North, but vigorously applauded by the Southern press. We have to stop this Southern press. There's no South or North, it's East. By the way, let me say this in case you're from the North. There's no South.
I'll tell you why.
If you're from the West, there's no South.
Our fathers used to
And I'll tell you why.
want that thing. Oh, South.
Our fathers used to want that thing. Oh, South, went to school, education. There's nothing like that. There's no Southern region. The last time there was a South in Nigeria was 1939.
The South was broken into East and West. We don't have the same vision. We don't have the same.
When the South was broken into East and West, we don't have the same vision. We don't have the same plan. We don't have the same anything. There's a particular gentleman that used to push this old alliance for Southern Nigeria. I won't mention his name. It was all over the place a few years ago, telling everybody have to come together against this boogeyman, this Hausa Fulani in North. We have to deal with them. There's going to be a Southern alliance. I knew it was a joke, by the way, but I mean, anybody can dream. Last month, I put up a post on Facebook about what happened in, the war. Just mentioned something. It wasn't even that deep, but it was serious. The man took a picture and began to side with the coup plotters and also Biafra. And then I remembered what Anthony Nauro said in 1968, that when there's an issue between folks from Igbo land and folks in the southeast, they will come up with something. If they want unity, they will talk about an Eastern ideology or Eastern alliance. When they want you in Yoruba land to work with them, they'll call it a Southern alliance. They are not saying it because they want any alliance. They're saying because they want to further their own agenda. In other words, the man who was shouting Southern alliance is literally, this guy is popular, by the way. He put some pictures on in my comment section. I was like, you two, like Brutus, like you two, you typing this kind of thing. How, everything was right, it was the fault of the Fulani. Fulani made you to go and, do everything that you did. And then what the coup plotters did, Abi. So apparently, at the core of everything is still your ethnic mindset, which is not a problem, by the way, if you would accept that is the reality. But no, they will say no, they are one Nigeria, which is a lie. And I say that to say that this whole thing about Southern thing, it was not Southern intellectuals pushing him. It was Igbo intellectuals. It wasn't Southern press. It was Igbo press. And let me make something very clear. We have conversations these days, and before you say one or two things, you're hearing things like, oh, you Lagos Ibadan media, you are the one who has been controlling things. Lagos Ibadan media came under, Yoruba have always been in media. The oldest surviving newspaper in Nigeria is the Tribune. It was started in 1949. It's going to be 76. Is that the year? Or is it 96? Wait, my math has to be math now. Yeah, it has to be 76, right? What's 1949 to 2009? That's 60.
How many years?
Right?
Just calculate for me, I
Be like in my head. How many years? Everybody just calculate for me, I beg. My head is, I've already done the easy part. 2009 to now is about 17 years. About 7 years, rather. What am I saying? 16 years. Okay. So about 76 years. It's going to be 76 years this year. So I was right the first time. I don't know why I was doubting myself. Anyway, it's going to be 76 years this year. That's the oldest surviving newspaper in Nigeria. It was founded by Chief of Olowo in 1949. So yes, it's the oldest. But you see, even at the time in the 40s, the paper that everybody was reading, starting from 1937, was actually Azikiwe's paper. And Azikiwe did not just publish one paper. He had a number of papers, right? He had West African Pilot, but he also had other publications coming from Zik Newspapers Limited, whatever they called it. So they were the ones that determined he particularly was the one that determined the thinking of many people, especially those who wanted the idea of one Nigeria. The other paper that eventually became very strong in the 40s was Daily Service. Thank you very much, OJ. They determined the narratives. Thank you, that's what I'm looking for. They determined the narratives. Daily Service, of course, came later. It was there before it, but had chilled. But after a while, came back to go against, some of the narratives that Azikiwe was pushing. The point I'm trying to make is that the people that use the media, right, back in the day was actually Igbo. And what they put in there is what Olowo referred to in his biography when he said that Zik was the first consummate propagandist in Nigeria's history, and he's very correct. I said all of that to say this. When you read this book and you see Southern Press, read Igbo Press, and there's no reason to feel bad about it. It's the same press that published all those reports in 67, in 66, by the way, October 66, and then published in 67, just lying. What did they lie about? They lied about the figures of the people that were unalived in the north. They lied about the fact that they were going to release Awo. The Eastern Region newspaper was the one publishing. It was what they used to publish the news, that the reason for the coup was to release Awo. Think about it. So when they talk to you as a Yoruba person and say, oh, you Yoruba people, Lagos Ibadan media, you are using it to push something, is what they did. And this is what I've noticed in Nigeria. I think people actually assume that you are like them. So whatever they do or they did, they will say you do as well, because that makes them feel like, okay, you are also evil. And then I'm able to, in a way, excuse their evil. They're able to excuse their evil by projecting their evil intent onto another person, right? Let's go back to the book now. So he says, Ironsi declared intention on 20 July to rotate regional military governors on a 6-monthly basis to post military prefects to the provinces. Sorry, I'll take that again. Ironsi declared intention on 20th July to rotate regional military governors on a 6-monthly basis to post military prefects to the provinces, and in a later announcement to rotate army battalions, which was curtly dismissed by the North but rigorously applauded by the Southern press. Calm nonetheless prevailed, albeit an uneasy one. By now, however, the mood in the armed forces was far from tranquil. Northern army officers, and especially the other ranks, had become increasingly restive, even quasi-rebellious, over the January killings. Myth, fueled by wild rumors, which themselves were encouraged by official silence, developed around the allegedly miraculous circumstances in which the January victims succumbed to grief. Circumstances which transformed... I'll take it slow, boy. Let me read that again. Myth, fueled by wild rumors, which themselves were encouraged by official silence, developed around the allegedly miraculous circumstances in which the January victims succumbed to grief. Circumstances which rapidly transformed them into heroic figures. Moreover, Ironsi's failure to punish the January rebels and his conduct of national affairs, notably Decree Number 34, reinforced the belief that all Igbo officers were party to the conspiracy. It says they reinforced the belief, but you know the funny thing, again, let me recommend the book, Why We Struck by Adewale Ademoyiga. And let me advise our folks from the Southeast who recommend that book every time. Please read the book before you recommend it. It's probably not a book that you should recommend if you read it. The truth of the matter is this: many of the Igbo officers who were supposed to have quelled the coup were actually in on it from the beginning. Whether it was Obienu or Madebo or Ojukwu or Ironsi himself. And one of this, if we have time, I'm trying not to change the topic. We'll discuss what Obienu did and what Ojukwu did. These guys knew before the coup happened. They were intimated. They knew exactly what's up.
And this is important because...
And then they changed their minds.
When you read that book,
and this is important because when you read that book, what you live with is the fact that the more they try to hide away from the real issue, the more glaring it becomes that this was an ethnic coup. And that when he says that Decree Number 34 reinforced the belief that all Igbo officers were party to the conspiracy, I cannot agree with him. If not all, maybe 90-something%, because everywhere you read one book like this, to tell you that it was this person that destroyed the coup. Then you read other books and discover that person was actually part of the people that actually either started it or actually knew about it before the thing was carried out. E.g., Obienu and Ojukwu, and you find it in the book by Adewale Ademoyiga, Why We Struck. Obienu, Ojukwu, Madebo. With Ironsi, you're going to find that one in the book by Ilari Njoku, who, by the way, was the first head of Biafra military. He talked about how Ironsi knew about it before it happened.
Okay. So we're reading now Shagari.
Okay. So we're reading now Shagari, and it's also important to note these things because while people are crying and deceiving themselves and say, we didn't do anything, no. Other people had something they were thinking and they knew exactly what happened, and they are not moved by, whatever it is that people are saying now.
Moreover, Ironsi's failure to punish the January rebels and his conduct of national affairs, notably Decree Number 34, reinforced the belief that all Igbo officers were party to the conspiracy. Nor were matters helped by the dramatic changes in the ethnic composition of the Army Officer Corps, which favored the Igbo in terms not only of numerical superiority, but seniority and control over command positions. For example, Igbo officers held 5 out of 12 command positions in January 1966, but by March, the number had risen to 10 out of 13. How now? We can't mindset be this. 5 out of 12 became 10 out of 13. Again, of the 12 officers, 5 out of 12 became 10 out of 13. Again, of the 12 officers promoted Lieutenant Colonel in May, 8 were Igbo and only 1 a Northerner. You should be thankful now, there was no Yoruba at all. This may not have been ethnically motivated, but the result was inevitably the same. I want to read something to you from Anthony Enaro 1966 Addis Ababa speech.
Why is it that some people are not trusted?
Why is it that some people
By the way, if you think this
are
is
not
just,
trusted? By the way, if you think this is just
no, it's not. Sorry.
recently,
It's just
no, it's not.
We read the report
No,
of
it's
what
not.
happened in Anambra
Sorry,
State.
if you think it's just history, no, it's not. We read the report of what happened in Anambra State
The federal government
recently
institution in Anambra
when a federal government institution in Anambra State
had 811
that recruited less than 100 people had 811 from Anambra State. 811, then 65 from Enugu. It is what it is. I want to read something to you. Just give me a second, please. One second. Where should we start?
Let's start with Anthony Enaro.
Okay, let's start with Anthony Enaro.
By the way,
Many people.
I
By the way,
were part of it. The song by
I saw the video. We're part of it. The song by Adekunle Gold. Many people. It's quite nice. The video it's an extended version. He had I'm advertising. Can you imagine? He had Adewale Ayuba and Inka Efele. Beautiful song. I mean, the video was nice. All right. Let's go to Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria, Volume 2. I'm just looking for the page. Give me a second. Guy. Fatai. If you don't know the song, don't worry. When you watch it, you understand all this. It's actually quite good. All right, this is from Anthony Naro's speech, 12th August 1968.
January 15 were misused. Let me go back just a bit.
The opportunities of January 15 were misused. Let me go back just a bit.
Historians will continue to debate whether what happened in Nigeria on 15 January.
Historians will continue to debate whether what happened in Nigeria on 15 January 1966 was a rebellion, a coup, or a mutiny. Whatever it was. Excuse me. One second, please.
Let's go back and check. All right. Thank you for staying tuned. So I'm reading.
All right. Thank you for staying tuned. So I'm reading Anthony Naro's speech, 12 August 1968. Historians will continue to debate whether what happened in Nigeria on 15th January 1966 was a rebellion, a coup, or a mutiny. Whatever it was, there was a change of government. The civilian administration was removed from office. In the morning of that date, the Prime Minister of the Federation, Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, the Federal Minister of Finance, Chief F. Okotiebo, the Premier of the Northern Region, Sir Ahmadu Bello, the Premier of the Western Region, Chief S. Akintola, the second and third ranking officers in the Nigerian Army, Brigadier Malari and Brigadier Demulegun, other senior officers, Colonel Shodainde, Colonel Palm, and others, were seized and murdered. All of them had one thing in common: they were not Igbos. The Premier of the Eastern Region, Dr. Michael Okpara, the Premier of the Midwest Region, Chief Dennis Osadebe, the Head of the Army, Major General Aguiyi Rossi, the Federal Minister of Trade, Dr. K.O. Mbadiwe, and others in like position were not killed. They had one thing in common: they were Igbos. However, in the morning of the fateful date, and for some time afterwards, these facts were not generally known in the country. Major General Aguiyi Rossi established a federal military government after January 15. He promised to restore law and order, to put down what he described as a mutiny, to deal with corruption, and to restore civilian rule as soon as practicable. In assessing the motives as well as the consequences of the military coup of 15th January 1966, attention should be drawn to the various interpretations and excuses offered. Firstly, some people saw in it an attempt to end northern domination. Secondly, some regarded it as an attempt to remove corruption in government. Thirdly, others hoped it would introduce an honest and just program of political and administrative reform to correct the structural imbalance in the Federation. No one quarreled with these aims. Consequently, there was an atmosphere of general relief immediately after the coup of 15th January until the pattern of killings which emerged when the dust had cleared revealed that this was a coup organized by young Igbo officers in the army. Whatever they may claim was their basic plan, its effect was that civilian leaders and senior military officers from other areas and ethnic groups were killed, while those from Igbo areas were spared. All non-Igbo senior military officers above the rank of major who were accessible were killed in the January 15 coup. There was only one exception to this, when a junior Igbo officer, half awake through his midnight sleep, was killed in Apapa for refusing to hand over the key to the armory. Therefore, to most Nigerians, the incident of 15 January were a clumsily camouflaged attempt to secure Igbo domination of the government of the country. This impression was later reinforced by certain appointments and actions of the new regime under Major General Ironsi, himself an Igbo. The opportunities of January 15 were misused in several ways by the Ironsi regime in the month that followed. For a while, every Nigerian hoped that the country would go on to achieve greater progress in its development generally. Unfortunately, General Ironsi allowed matters to be taken out of his hands by prominent Igbo leaders in the army, in the public service, and in public life. Affairs in the public service and the armed forces appeared to lend color to the impression that the coup of January 15 was designed to install Igbos in positions of power. Out of 21 promotions in the army in April 1966, for example, 18 were Igbo officers. General Ironsi drew his principal advisors from the Igbo ethnic group. Ethnic groups tend to be chauvinistic, but the Igbos were the most militantly chauvinistic, and this naturally created apprehensions in the minds of the others. That's from Anthony Nauro, his speech at Addis Ababa, 12th August 1968. So he mentioned something about the appointments. 18 of 21 were Igbo. That's also corroborated by Adewale Ademoyega in his book, Why We Struck. Let's go on. So we're going back to the book by Shehu Shagari, Beckon to Serve. He says, "Nor were matters helped by the dramatic changes in the ethnic composition of the Army Officer Corps, which favored the Igbo in terms not only of numerical superiority, but seniority." Someone says 18 out of 21. Let me tell you something. Even the 3 that they only put that one to, in a way,
communicate to the north that don't feel bad, like we're also here for you.
Communicate to the north that don't feel bad, like we're also here for you. So the way it was is that those 3 who were from the north, who were promoted, were taken ahead or over their superiors who were Yoruba, 5 of them. They bypassed those ones and brought the north over. Added those 3 to the 18 that they wanted to actually promote, giving 21. This was in April. 3 months.
And then when you talk about this corps, the Army Officer Corps,
and then when you talk about this corps, the Army Officer Corps, not only were there more Igbos than others, the man is also talking about seniority and control, because of course promotion gives seniority. Over command, sorry, it says, let me read slow. Matters were not held by the dramatic changes in the ethnic composition of the Army Officer Corps, which favored the Igbo in terms not only of numerical superiority, but seniority and control over command positions. For example, Igbo officers held 5 out of 12 command positions.
in January 66. 5 out of 12, leaving 7 to others. But by March, the number had risen to 10 out of 13. Again, of the 12 officers promoted lieutenant colonel in May, 8 were Igbo and only 1 a Northerner. These may not have been ethnically motivated, but the result was inevitably the same. Yet, as if to confirm Northern misgivings, Ironsi came increasingly to rely on Igbo military commanders inside and outside the North for political information about the region, rather than the established channels of political communication and advice. In other words, if, for instance, you have, Adekunle Faji was the governor of the Western region, rather than get information from Adekunle Faji, you get information from the Igbos living in Western region.
So he says here,
ditto for the North. So he says here, as if to confirm Northern misgivings, Ironsi came increasingly to rely on Igbo military commanders inside and outside the North for political information about the region, rather than on established channels of political communication and advice. Believing the May unrest to have been orchestrated by certain Northern notables and groups, including staff and students at Ahmadu Bello University in Zaria, they disseminated names of those considered treacherous. And like other influential Igbo voices, they urged Ironsi, dear Lord, 1 second please.
Yes. Just give me a second. Huh? No. Yes. Yes.
Please give me a second.
Just give me a second. Let's make it permanent.
Just give me a second. Let's make it permanent.
Just a second. So we switch. You have to switch to another thing so that we can have.
Just a second. So we've switched. We have to switch to another thing so that we can have. We don't have any breaks.
Have you switched? I'll switch now. There I go. Switching says NEPA has not changed. No, they haven't.
Switching says NEPA has not changed. Where were we?
If you're on TikTok, don't stop our tapping. YouTube, Facebook, let's like and share. If you're on Twitter,
please, if you're on TikTok, don't stop our tapping. YouTube, Facebook, let's like and share. If you're on Twitter, please repost or retweet and like as well. We're streaming on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch from TikTok right here. Thank you everyone for your support. And I see a lot of people writing comments. I'm going to read your comments later.
Somebody actually wrote about Wiki on Facebook.
Oh, so somebody actually wrote about Wiki on Facebook. We'll talk about that later. Ashe? The book now. Yet, as if to confirm Northern misgivings, Ironsi came increasingly to rely on Igbo military commanders inside and outside the North for political information about the region, rather than on established channels of political communication and advice. Believing the May unrest to have been orchestrated by certain Northern notables and groups, including staff and students at Ahmadu Bello University, ABU, in Zaria, they disseminated names of those considered treacherous. And unlike other
influential Igbo voices, they urged Ironsi to press home the unification decree and to set free the January insurgents. This was indicative not only of their impatience with Ironsi, but of their mounting fears of a northern military backlash, rumors of which were now rife among the wider Igbo soldiery. In fact, they believed that northern officers had a list of notable Igbo officers and civilians earmarked for liquidation. Conversely, many northern officers shared a belief in an Igbo plot, one which was intended as a quote-unquote final solution to the so-called northern menace. Igbo officers, they believed, had drawn up a list of northern army and civilian personages to be killed or dismissed from public service, and of pro-northern expatriates to be expelled. One Major Boyle, a retired British officer who had moved on from the army depot in Zaria to ABU, had in fact been deported for allegedly complicity. I'll take that slowly. One Major Boyle, a retired British officer who had moved on from the army depot in Zaria to ABU, had in fact been deported for alleged complicity in the northern uprising. How much of all these beliefs were facts or fantasies is impossible to say. And whatever it was, guys, a second please. How much of all these beliefs were facts or fantasies is impossible to say. How much of all these beliefs were facts or fantasies is impossible to say. And whether it was the Igbo or northern officers who activated this particular spiral of mutual alarm and reaction, or whether both groups were sincerely caught up in what transpired to be self-fulfilling prophecies, would also perhaps never be known. One thing was, however, certain. Many northern officers, the bulk of whose other ranks had been importuning them to act, felt acutely threatened to start plotting a preemptive action. It was for them the ultimate line of defense between equity and inequity, and between survival and dissent. In this apprehension, they were at one with northern civilian elites, some of who had been taunting them with lacking manly virtues and urging them on to action. Let me just explain all the Turenchi we just read. Shea West, welcome, sir.
Igbos are being Igbos on YouTube.
Igbos are being Igbos on YouTube. Oh. Say your dad is a mumu. Hey, yeah, sorry, eh?
Let's go to explain.
What were we? Let's go to explain. If you read John de St. George's Nigerian Civil War, you will read of the mutual suspicion that both the northern officers and the Igbo officers had for themselves, and how that's, led to the Wahala in Abeokuta in July of '66, but that's much later. The point is that after the coup, people started saying things like, oh, it's possible they're going to attack, they're going to kill more northern civil servants, or even, remove some of them from work, retrench them, or they're going to kill Igbos. People started saying all kinds of things, and some I'm glad that you actually acknowledged it. There are some northern civilians were also talking to their own military guys like, why are you guys not doing anything about this thing? Right? What if they come and kill you, just be here? He used the word, they had been taunting them with lacking manly virtues and urging them on to action. In other words, are you a coward? How will somebody kill the Sadana and you do nothing about it? What are you going to do about this thing? What if it's your turn? And so people were already being primed, so to speak, for what eventually happened in July of '66. And I've said it several times. When we get to that point, we'll read it. But we call the July '66 coup the Northern Counter Coup, and nobody cries about it. Therefore, Momanu scripture on YouTube saying our 5-men ethnic group, all the people that did the ethnic, what's it called, that carried out the counter coup in July, were they sent by the entire Hausa land or northern region?
We call it Northern Counter Coup. So be okay with your Igbo coup of
This
January
was the
and
gloomy position
find
when I
healing.
was summoned
May God
on
bless you.
19th July to the CID force
This was
headquarters
the
in Lagos
gloomy
for
position
interrogation.
when I was summoned on
Discrete
19th
inquiries
July
into
to the
assets
CID
and
force
perhaps
headquarters in
liabilities
Lagos for
of former politicians
interrogation.
had been underway.
Discrete inquiries into the assets and perhaps liabilities of former politicians had been underway. But I was, as it turned out, perhaps the only former NPC federal minister to be personally investigated. What struck me on arrival in Lagos on that occasion was the unusually reserved attitude of many of my friends as soon as they knew that the police had invited me. They seemed fearful and tried evading me. It is when you are in trouble that it is easiest to count your friends. To his credit, Garba Gomi, a private secretary when I was Minister of Internal Affairs, very warmly hosted me. At the CID force headquarters, I was subjected over a 3-day period to a series of oral and written interrogations, ranging from my role as a confidant of both the late Sir Madu and Sir Abubakar to details of my personal bank account. To details of my personal bank account. I explained that the two leaders were never involved with collecting and managing NPC finances. These matters were solely in the hands of the party's finance managers, namely Aliyu Makamambida and Muhammadu Ribadu, who on his death was replaced by Inuawada. Only these three therefore knew the details of NPC funds. Should we jump? Let's just read it. It's his book and it's okay. There are some things that are personal, shall I was also asked to explain one heavy lodgement of £17,000 into my bank account. This was party money given to me by Ribadu during the 1964 general election campaign. Being the only NPC minister required to remain in Lagos, while others were out in the country campaigning, Ribadu left behind the money so that I could meet the unforeseen electoral expenses of our NNA partners in the south. I showed the CID people the checks which are issued to and had been cashed by various people. Some of the beneficiaries were Dr. J.O.J. Okeze, Dr. Chike Obi, Dynamic Party, Chief Harold J.R. Dapabriye, Niger Delta Congress, and the Reverend John Edopolo, and Chief James E. Otobo, Midwest Democratic Front. The total amount slightly exceeded what Ribadu had given me. Clearly, I had either used a bit of my own money or borrowed to pay for some of NNA's campaign efforts. With the interrogation over and the authorities presumably convinced of my integrity, I was told the head of state would like to see me. I waited a few days for my appointment, which is Principal Private Secretary Alhaji Hamzat Amodu confirmed would be after General Ronsi's visit to Ibadan. Which would never happen, by the way. Sad. It was scheduled to preside over a 2-day national conference of traditional rulers there, beginning from 28th July. Hence, I asked if I could go home and return the following week, as a continuous stay in Lagos might cause my family and people some anxiety. The request was granted, but I did not return, for General Ronsi himself never returned to Lagos. Northern rulers had gone to Ibadan amidst strong rumors of a plan by the regime to blow them up while in the conference hall. It all sounded pretty preposterous, but it was nevertheless believed by some. In the event, the conference convened to explore ways of ensuring the country's security and political stability, opened cheerfully enough. Why am I putting comma? Full stop. It all sounded pretty preposterous, but it was nevertheless believed by some. In the event, the conference convened to explore ways of ensuring the country's security and political stability, opened cheerfully enough. Ironsi led the rulers in singing the national anthem and lectured them on its significance. Nothing catastrophic occurred, although the northern participants allegedly found the day's deliberations rather unrewarding. Later in the evening, General Ironsi's host, Lieutenant Colonel Fajui, the military governor of the Western Group of Provinces, arranged a cocktail party for the visiting dignitaries. But unknown to the two men, fate was beckoning. Just before midnight on that Thursday of July 28, in the Abeokuta garrison, some northern officers became alarmed by a gathering of Igbo officers and shot a number of them dead. The garrison quickly passed into northern hands, followed by more killings. By the morning of the 29th, the news had reached Ibadan and Lagos, where northern officers, NCOs, and other ranks utterly revolted and established their sway.
Those in the north joined the fray late in the evening and gained control as well. But those in the eastern capital of Enugu were preempted by the battalion commander, that's Ogunewe, who contrived an accord between the rival factions, while those in the midwestern capital of Benin did not act at all. Earlier that morning, a number of northern officers and NCOs abducted Ironsi and Fajui. They took them out of Ibadan in Iwo Road, where they were tortured, killed, and buried by the NCOs. But this was not officially admitted for months. By the time the mutiny had run its course, an estimated 212 officers and men, most of them Igbo, had sadly lost their lives, while many fled to the east. Meanwhile, Lagos became the focus of the drama. Lieutenant Colonel Gowon, the Chief of Army Staff, was perhaps the first person to initiate counter moves. Immediately he got an inkling of the mutiny at Abeokuta. And this probably helped to save many innocent lives in Lagos. Later that morning, Brigadier Ogundipe, Ironsi's second-in-command, dispatched him to confer with the rebels at Ikeja cantonment, which was under their control, but they detained Gowon himself. And being the most senior northern officers left alive, I'll take that again, and being the most senior northern officer left alive after January, appointed him their spokesman. Some fruitless discussions ensued, after which Ogundipe launched an unsuccessful expeditionary force. Some fruitless discussions ensued, after which Ogundipe launched an unsuccessful expeditionary force. Then, by the morning of 30 July, he became reconciled to a negotiated outcome. After further mediation during the day, Ogundipe accepted to quit quietly and eventually made his way to Britain, where he was later made Nigeria's High Commissioner. The dialogue at Ikeja, which was reportedly heated and involved, lasted 3 days, during which Nigeria remained effectively leaderless. Precisely what the rebels' demands were and what transpired between them and others in the drama remained deeply hazy and controversial. It would thus be optimistic to expect any clear and balanced perspective, particularly as the key dramatis persona are either dead or unwilling to lay their memories bare. One can, however, say with some confidence that the coupists, led by Lieutenant Colonel Murtala Mohammed, wanted Decree No. 34 repealed and the January insurgents tried. But one can only speculate that a number of... I don't think we should be speculating. We have a document... Wait 1 second. Let me look for this other book. Backbender. It says, which book is this? That was... this is Beckon to Serve by Shehu Shagari. Femelewa says, as usual, always running away. Yeah. Oh, wow.
I want to read from John the St. John's book.
I want to read from John the St. John's book. Let's go back just a bit.
The Nigerian Civil War.
This book is called The Nigerian Civil War by John the St. Joy. He wrote another very good book, The Brothers' War. We'll read that some other time. Anyway, this is The Nigerian Civil War by John the St. Joy. It says here, the treatment of the January boys was crucial. From the more relaxed view outside the barracks, this issue may appear exaggerated, but within a small army, where hierarchical relationships, seniority, pattern of loyalty, and command are the blood and sinews of life itself, Ironsi's thumb twiddling over the majors was a failure of political courage, a fatal error of judgment for which he paid with his life.
This colored the Northerners' attitudes towards everything else that subsequently happened.
This colored the Northerners' attitudes towards everything else that subsequently happened. Thus, when Ironsi approved 12 promotions from Major to Lieutenant Colonel in May, a perfectly normal procedure, many Northerners read it as another move by the Igbos to take over the army, since 8 out of the 12 gazetted officers were Igbos, and only one was a Northerner, Hassan Katsina. The army, which had been very rapidly Nigerianized after independence, was already overstretched in the senior ranks. But the January coup placed new strains on its limited manpower, resources, and since the Igbos dominated the middle officers' ranks, they naturally moved up. This is not what I'm looking for, but it's also true. It's good, to read it. Let me just read that part. I want to link it up to what happened in Abeokuta.
At the end of July, before January, the Northerners had 7 officers.
Okay, let me finish this part. Before January, the Northerners had 7 officers of the rank of major or above, while the Igbos had 27. By May, as a result of their losses in the coup, the Northerners had only 3 officers over the rank of major, compared with the Igbos' 23. In contrast, about 70% of the rank and file were Northerners. At the end of July, the army was like an overwhelmed. Hey, just remember 1 second. At the end of July, the army was like an overwhelmed spring. It had lost its normal tensile flexibility and had passed the point where a slow unwinding operation could have saved the mechanism. It broke and ran wild. Unlike the January coup, it was principally a military affair, a mutiny rather than a coup, and no leading civilians were killed. It was a revolt against its own commander, who also, of course, the head of the government. It removed the leadership and then went out of control. Contrary to the impression given by the federal account, it was as premeditated as the first coup, but less efficiently planned and executed. Civilian plotters, mainly dispossessed and disgruntled northern politicians, like Kinua Wada from Kano, a close kinsman of Murtala Muhammad, who is believed to have paid northern soldiers at Abeokuta a large sum of money, were involved, but only marginally. The real conspirators were junior northern officers that has been called the Lieutenant's Coup, who, like their January counterparts, were probably more influenced by their former school friends, now politically active in the civil service and the universities, than by the older generation of politicians. These junior officers had the loyal support of the NCOs, who played a key part in the execution of the coup. But above the lieutenants were several important majors and lieutenant colonels who took over once the operation was underway. I want to read where the operation was actually underway.
Murtala was the most prominent of these, though not necessarily the leader.
Murtala was the most prominent of these, though not necessarily the leader, and he held a strategic position as head of the Army's signal unit. However, the most senior northern officers of all, people like Gowon and Katsina, were not involved either in the planning or the execution. The same doubts that had surrounded Ironsi's role in the January coup clung to Gowon's in July. And curiously, the answer may be the same or very similar. It should have been odd if Gowon had not known there was something in the wind, since he was in the central position as the Army's chief of staff. The struggle for power during the coup itself showed it vividly. Why am I reading like this? 1 second, please. What's in Remy?
Curiously, the answer may be the same or very similar. It should have been odd if Gowon had not known.
Curiously, the answer may be the same or very similar. It should have been odd if Gowon had not known there was something in the wind, since it was in the central position as the Army's chief of staff. The struggle for power during the coup itself showed it vividly enough to be a desperate attempt to fill a sudden vacuum and to improvise in a set of unforeseen circumstances. Nor does the evidence, sparse though it is, point to a well-laid plot to take over the Federation and then a dramatic failing dramatic falling out of the chief plotters. Shakespearean though a great deal of Nigerian events were at this time, the facts of the July Code do not oblige to complete the drama. Go on, I am convinced whatever his state of pre-knowledge was brought in after the deed had been done as the only acceptable compromise leader who would command a consensus among the majority of the army and the country. That's something I'm looking for. I've not seen it. Am I reading the wrong book? 1 second.
Give me a second.
Give me a second.
That book actually described
1 second. I'm gonna find the right book now.
all of this 20.
That book actually described what happened in Abeokuta. All of this Turenchi, we already read it in the book by Shehu Shagari. I don't want to go back into reading all those things. Just the part that has to do with what really happened. That's what I want to read, because we've read all those other things in the other book.
Anyway, if I don't find it, I'm going to just tell you.
I prefer reading these things because I don't want it to look like one is making things up. That's why I usually prefer to read. But if I no find them, I could just tell you waiting date. It's either that book or Crisis and Conflict. Give me a second, please. Marinci. I was sure it was that. Are you sure I'm reading the... Okay.
you know what? I think you are correct, Badru. Interesting. I don't like reading that guy because.
You know what? I think you are correct, Badru. Interesting. I don't like reading that guy because he's like this.
Maybe it's his book I'm actually looking for. Because
Maybe it's his book that I'm actually looking for. It must be because I don't trust most of what he says.
Just give me a second.
But I think that in that regard, he's probably correct. Well, just give me a second. It was IBB's book.
It's IBB's book. But not the only one, though.
It's IBB's book, but not the only one, though. There's IBB's book, then there's another one. Okay, just stay with me for a second. I'll be with you in a moment. Okay.
A number of them,
I was drunk.
a number of them spoke about it, but there's one.
A number of them. So a number of them. It's not like a number of them spoke about it, but there's one that's actually more.
It's not like it's many pages, but just more detailed than.
It's quite detailed. It's not like it's many pages, but just more detailed than others. And I'm trying to read that particular one, but if I don't find it, I'm opening like 3 books at the same time.
Can I get a catalog of all my books? No, if you
All
want
right.
books, you can go and read the books.
Can I get a catalog of all my books? No, you can't. But if you want books, you can go and read me books. Some of these questions are funny. Please, now. I mentioned the ones I'm reading as I'm talking. Just write them down, please. Catalog of. No, sir. Number. No. The person who mentioned that they were Ademega, that's not what I'm looking for. It's not what I'm looking for. Is not here.
I think it's in crisis and conflict in Nigeria. I think that's what it is. But
I think it's in crisis and conflict in Nigeria. I think that's what it is. But let me read the stuff from IBB first, and then we'll get into all these things. Ademega, I don't know which page you're talking about. I've seen what you're saying, but no, looking for the one that actually details. There's one I read. Guys, I apologize if the Bible I don't know. I think I confused the book, but this is something from Ademega. I think is also quite interesting. Let me read something to you from Ademega. Then we'll link it with the other stuff later.
If the truth must be spoken, let me go back a bit.
It says, if the truth must be spoken, Ironsi had, let me go back a bit. While Ironsi was thus fully engaged with his nocturnal safety flight, he had little time to consider the safety of the nation, which he had taken upon himself to govern. It happened that even detainees knew it well in advance that Nigeria was being wetted with petrol for a terrible conflagration, while the commander of the nation, who lived in his armored tower, knew nothing about the wetting and did nothing at all to prevent the burning. Nonetheless, if Ironsi had no time, how about his co-reactionaries and co-revisionists, men like Ojukwu, Amadebo, and Igboba, who helped him to destroy and get a quick and neat end to Nzogu's revolution? If they knew of the wetting, what did they do to prevent the burning? Perhaps, like Madebo, they all rushed to the Supreme Commander requesting him to, quote-unquote, command the wetting so that it could dry up and disappear. And when they saw that he failed so to command it, what did they do to prevent the conflagration? Nothing. They did something, of course. They tried to save their own heads, while the inferno engulfed thousands of their own type, who had placed their trust in them for protection. If the truth must be spoken, Ironsi had implicit faith in his own type of Nigerians, the non-revolutionary and the reactionary type of Easterners and Midwest Igbos. Therefore, as soon as he had taken over the reins of power, he promoted more than a dozen and a half of them from major to lieutenant colonel, and gave them all the senior and sensitive positions in the army and air force. By the way, I'm reading why we struck by the Ademega. Apart from this, only three others. In fact, let me go back just a bit. That's what I was. Therefore, as soon as he had taken over the reins of power, he promoted more than a dozen and a half of them from major to lieutenant colonel, and gave them all the senior and sensitive positions in the army and air force. Apart from this, only three others were promoted from major to lieutenant colonel, and those three were Northerners. Their promotion stemmed from the guilt of Ironsi and his ill-conceived notion of placating the Northerners. But in so promoting the Northern officers, he jumped over the heads of 5 Yoruba officers whom he did not care for, thus giving people the impression that the coup was designed and executed to achieve and promote Igbo domination of Nigeria. That's why I said, when they tell you to read this book, please read the book. The clowns telling you to read it have not read the book themselves. They think it's something to make them happy. It actually tells us what really happened. Again, by so doing, he alienated the relatively few senior Yoruba officers who also needed to be placated if placation was necessary for the Northerners. In this way, he separated the Easterners and the Midwest Igbos from the remainder of the officers of the armed forces. Therefore, in the trouble that followed, the Ironsi's type did not receive the sympathy of the others. To the utter disappointment and chagrin of Ironsi, his strategic officers did nothing to save the nation from the impending doom, even though they saw it plainly coming. They stayed put, each one expecting a command from the Supreme Commander until the doom came. I'm going to jump what happened in...
So it happened that on May 29, fire swept through many cities of northern Nigeria.
Let's just go on. So it happened that on May 29, fire swept through many cities of northern Nigeria, taking tolls on thousands of Nigerian citizens. not only Igbos, but also on Yorubas, Efiks, Anangs, Ijos, and so on. The fire was let loose by the machinations of the NPC politicians, the derelicts of the NPC oligarchy that had been swept out of office on that January 15. They claimed that the riots were a practical protest against the over-centralization of the government by the Decree 34 of May 24, 1996. I'm going to jump to this other part.
Let me return to Iran's regime.
Having said that much, let me return to Iran's regime. Let me return to the Iran's regime. The regime rode in upon the crest of popularity that greeted the coup. In the eyes of the average Nigerian, the army was a reputable institution which had earned laurels for itself abroad during its services with the United Nations in the Congo. At home, it had remained more or less sacrosanct, untouched by the notoriety that had plagued many public institutions. On ceremonial occasions, it had appeared immaculate and extra-disciplined. In internal security operations, it had appeared impartial and unsullied by the corruption of the politicians. When it turned out to save the country from disintegration on January 15, the whole country gave a sigh of salvation and hope. I'm looking for what happened in July, Oga. Mumbo.
Although it was made clear to certain observers that there was
I don't want to read all that paper stuff from the Daily Times. Although it was made clear to certain observers that there was dichotomy in the army, yet the swiftness with which it was removed made it seem more like play acting. Another important point was that we removed the politicians because we were convinced that they were evil. We did not favor any side. We did not seek to wear the garb of any political party. This we knew for sure. Ironsi, on the other hand, surrounded himself with a particular tribe and chose the political policies of a particular party. That tribe was the Igbo, and the party was the NCNC. He could not see that this kind of situation called for the balancing of ideas, principles, and personalities. I'm reading the book by Adewale Ademoyega, Why We Struck. I'll start again. Another important point was that we removed the politicians because we were convinced that they were evil. We did not favor any side. We did not seek to wear the garb of any political party. This we knew for sure. Ironsi, on the other hand, surrounded himself with a particular tribe and chose the political policies of a particular party. The tribe was the Igbo and the party was the NCNC. He could not see that this kind of situation called for the balancing of ideas, principles, and personalities. Just as the Balewa government of the NPC blindly and exclusively pursued the policies and principles of the NPC oligarchy, so did Ironsi, now in the saddle of power, blindly and exclusively pursued the policies and principles of the NCNC elite, including Unification Decree. This made utter nonsense of the military takeover, and the people did not delay to tell him so. The idea of unifying the nation and abrogating federalism was the work of Ironsi and his ill-motivated advisors. It had nothing at all to do with the aspirations of the revolution of January 15. I say this most emphatically because I formulated the principles and policies of the revolution together with Nzogo in those months that we lived together in the north. Even Major Lawson of the Nigerian Army Electrical and Mechanical Engineers came to ask me quietly in August 1965, if I actually agreed with the revolutionary ideas being expressed by Nzogo. I told him that I did not merely agree, I formulated those ideas together with him.
many of whom are still alive today, were really nationalistic.
If Ironsi's advisors, many of whom are still alive today, were really nationalistic or even rational and politically healthy, as they claimed they were, why was it that they did not advise Ironsi to release Chief Awolowo, Enaoro, Jakonde, and other political prisoners of the Balewa government? If he had done that, the West and Midwest would have identified with his regime. Instead, he sought for and got only the approval of the Easterners and the Igbos of the Midwest. This particular point he did clearly dramatize by his partisan approach to promotions and appointments, both in the civil service as well as in the military services. Finally, how did anybody aspire to rule a nation without politics? If Ironsi had succeeded in doing so, it would have been a precedent. The January 15 revolutionaries would never have ruled this nation without politics. From the outset, we could have organized our own mass movement, which would have clearly defined our ideologies and publicized them and propagated them successfully. A similar thing had worked and stabilized the military government of Egypt right from 1952 to this day, 1981. So much for Iran's shortcomings. How did he meet his Waterloo? Very simply. Having been scared to death by the May riots, he summoned the natural rulers, quote unquote, from every part of the country and told them that his measures to knock the country into one was temporary and that he meant to govern through constant consultation with them. Like the old soldier that he was, he recalled that such a system worked very well under Lord Lugard. Jesus is Lord. Are you a colonizer?
Let me go back a bit. Like the old soldier that he was, he recalled that such a system worked very well.
Okay, let me go back a bit. Like the old soldier that he was, he recalled that such a system worked very well under Lord Lugard from 1914 to 1920. He, Iransi, had not yet returned to Nigeria from Burma in 1946 and therefore was not aware that the system had broken down that year. The quote-unquote natural rulers naturally agreed. While they started toasting themselves and swearing to be brothers in arms, the soldiers in their barracks were cleaning their weapons and filling their ammunition pouches to bring Iransi's misrulership to an end. Thus, by about 1800 hours in certain military units, perhaps not in all, of the South, some Igbo officers and NCOs distributed weapons among themselves in preparation, as they themselves later explained, to counter any move by the Northern officers and men to stage their own coup against Iransi. I will take that slowly. Obalufon, thank you. This is the book I was looking for. I marked it, but for some reason, I was thinking it was that book. By 1800 hours, that's 6 p.m., in certain military units, perhaps not in all of the South, some Igbo officers and NCOs distributed weapons among themselves in preparation, as they themselves later explained, to counter any move by the Northern officers and men to stage their own coup against Iransi. From available information, this happened in the military hospital Yaba and possibly in the garrison at Abeokuta. At that time, the Yaba hospital was the exclusive preserve of Southerners. So the irregular distribution of arms did not spark off any reaction. But apparently in Abeokuta, it did. So the Northern group saw this as the opportunity that they had been waiting for. They struck first by late evening, perhaps in anticipation of a night attack by the Igbo officers. However, because they were already poised for this action, they did not delay to communicate with Lagos, Ikeja, and Ibadan, wherein the same Northern group went into action and slaughtered off several Eastern officers and men. By the next morning, Iransi and his host, Lieutenant Colonel Fajri, the military governor of the West, were both arrested by Major Danjuma and his accomplices. Actually, Danjuma did not arrest them. We'll read that. Didn't exactly arrest them. He actually left the place. But that's not today's topic. Let's just go on. They removed the arrested leaders to a nearby bush, tortured them, and shot them. It was a dramatic end of the regime of deceit, bad faith, ambivalence, misdirection, and misrulership. Iransi's regime was a colossal failure. Iransi's regime was a colossal failure. There's one more bit I'm looking for. Shoma Fatai, rolling in dollar. We'll read from I'm going to read from IBB's book, A Journey in Service.
There was also a rumored plan to swap the 1st and 4th battalions and rotate the military governors to the different.
There was also a rumored plan to swap the 1st and 4th battalions and rotate the military governors to the different regions. We read that already in the book by Shehu Shagari. These rumors were amplified by stories of some Igbos gloating over the January killings. This is IBB's book, the one that I said we should go and read. I don't know. People just do funny things. These rumors were amplified by stories of some Igbos gloating over the January killings. Contrary to a promise given after the coup was quashed that the coup plotters would be tried, none was ever brought to trial, although some were detained. On the contrary, a few of the coup plotters were promoted. These confirmed rumors that an Igbo domination of national affairs was in the works. Meanwhile, the role of disgruntled northern civilian propagandists and politicians picked up more steam. They deployed a combination of incitement and swirling rumors as psychological warfare to northern soldiers to retaliate for the killings of January 15. Many civilian leaders kept hammering that we were cowards for not avenging the death of our leaders, just like Shehu Shagari, said in his book. The view is supported by General Gowon's recollections of the Army's official history of those years. General Gowon said, quote, "The northern politicians infiltrated the northern soldiers and officers, trying to convince them that there was a need for them to retaliate," end of quote. Unfortunately, some of the decisions of the Central Command in Lagos fed into the fears of those who suspected imminent sectional domination. Read Igbo domination. For instance, in late May, the General Aguiyi-Ironsi-led federal government was convinced that the best way to unify the country was to issue the Unification Decree number 34 of 1966, abolishing and replacing the regions with a group of 35 provinces. That decree also unified the civil services. Decree 34 was a significant disadvantage to northern Nigeria, considering its inadequacy in human resources. This further fueled the fears of a southern domination of northern Nigeria. There is no southern domination of northern Nigeria. There is an Igbo domination of the entire Nigeria, as said by Igbo people themselves.
You will say Igbo, then you say Southern.
I don't know. When they just be specific, just you will say Igbo, then you say Southern, then you will say Igbo. No, it's Igbo. It's not even Eastern.
No bad feelings.
It is what it is. No bad feelings. Nobody is fighting, but that's what happened. It was an Igbo thing. Let's continue reading.
And why did he say that? Because again,
Where were we? And why did he say that? Because again, we already read. 1 second.
You have to go back to your family and talk to them at home.
If you're looking for people to come and you have to go back to your family and talk to them at home. Where were we?
Unfortunately, some of the decisions of the Central Command in Lagos fed into the fears of those who suspected imminent
sectional domination. For instance, in late May, the General Aguiyi-Ironsi-led federal government was convinced that the best way to unify the country was to issue the Unification Decree number 34 of 1966, abolishing and replacing the regions with a group of 35 provinces. That decree also unified the civil services. In other words, we had Western Civil Service, Western Region, Eastern Region, Midwest, and the North. And of course, Lagos separately, because it was federal. They now put everything together, so you can just move anybody anyhow, because why? You are Joga. That was what these guys were planning to do, and that's what they did, by the way. Led government. So they abolished the regions and replaced them with 35 provinces. That decree also unified the civil services. Decree 34 was a significant disadvantage to northern Nigeria, considering its inadequacy in human resources. This further fueled the fears of a southern domination of northern Nigeria and subsequently the entire country. Whether these fears of power domination were unfounded or not, it was clear that something was about to give from the sequence of cascading events. Unfortunately, the near collapse of the age-long tradition of military discipline during this period did not help matters. Embittered by the events of January 15, many young officers, particularly non-commissioned NCOs of northern Nigerian extraction, became unmanageable. Many of them refused outright to take orders from their superiors. And in an army where most of the infantry were northerners, that constituted a real problem. Suddenly, there was a rush of mutinies in different army formations in the country. There was, for instance, the case of the 4th Battalion in Ibadan, where northern officers refused to take orders from Major Emo Zevili, who was second in command at the battalion, replaced Lieutenant Colonel Abogo Lagema, who was murdered in Lagos during the January coup attempt, and even after another northern chief officer, Major Joe Akahan, replaced Nzevili, the northern officers remained restive. Similar scenarios played out in other parts of the country, and by now, rumors of an imminent upheaval were so widespread, you knew it was a question of time before we had a disastrous national crisis.
On July 28, 1966, things came to a head
On July 28, 1966, things came to a head, and what has come to be known as the counter coup of 1966 in Nigerian military history began. The commanding officer of the Abeokuta garrison, Lieutenant Colonel Gabriel Okonweze, called a meeting of the rank and file of the garrison to douse the rumors of another coup. Unfortunately, agitated and aggrieved junior northern officers who erroneously believed that the meeting was convened to complete the terrible killings begun during the January coup by Igbo officers burst into the forum, instantly killing Lieutenant Colonel Okonwenze and the commander of the Risk Squadron, Major John Obieno. Lieutenant A. Orok, who drove in from town and stumbled on the situation, was also gunned down, oblivious of the goings-on. Orok, by the way, was Efik, not Igbo. Later that night, other officers of... Excuse me.
Later that night, other officers of Igbo extraction
in and around the garrison were identified and killed after a door-to-door search. The killings quickly spread to Ibadan and Lagos. Captain Okoye, who was in transit at the Ikeja airport in Lagos, was arrested and killed. In Ibadan, hostile troops surrounded the state house at Agodi, where General Ironsi, the state military governor, Lieutenant Colonel Francis Adekunle Fajuyi, and the 2nd Brigade Commander, Lieutenant Colonel Hilary Njoku, were located. The hostile troops abducted Ironsi, Fajuyi, and Ironsi's Air Force ADC, Captain Andrew Nwankwo. Ironsi and Fajuyi were later killed. However, Nwankwo managed to escape. The killings continued in Kaduna. The first victim was the commander of the Kaduna-based 3rd Battalion, Lieutenant Colonel Israel Okoro. His death in Kaduna was followed by that of the commander of the 2nd Risk Squadron, Major Isong. In Kano, where the 5th Battalion was under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Mohammed Shua, the situation seemed initially under control until the troops mutinied, leading to the death of many Igbo civilians in Kano. Apparently, what started as an attack on Igbo officers became an attack on Igbo civilians and officers alike. Unfortunately, the violence got out of control and spread to parts of Bauchi, Sokoto, Katsina, and Zaria. Hundreds of Igbos died between Sunday, May 29 and Sunday, June 5, 1966. The collapse of discipline within the military was so devastating that even northern officers had to be protected from rampaging northern NCOs. Officers shot him out of his barracks. There was a story, for example, of the Army's Provost Marshal, Major Ekanem, who was shot dead for no reason by Sergeant Labdam on Carter Bridge in Lagos, while on an errand for Lieutenant Colonel Gowon. In August 1966, a detachment of the 4th Battalion in Ibadan, consisting of NCOs and junior officers, raided the old Benin prison to release northern soldiers who had been held there since the January coup attempt. While inside the prison premises, they murdered 5 Igbo officers who were also detained in the same prison for their role in the January coup, including Majors Chris Anuforo and Donatus Okafor. The chaotic period of indiscipline was widespread enough for unruly and devious officers to attempt to use the occasion to settle old scores with their superiors. This situation almost cost the life of a fine officer like Samuel Ogbemudia. Before the counter coup, Major Ogbemudia detained Lieutenant Buka Shua Dimka, yes, my same old friend, Buka Dimka, for violating an order forbidding unauthorized troop movement. But after Dimka protested that he was the unfair victim of ethnic profiling, Ogbemudia released him from detention. Angered by this quote-unquote provocation, Dimka hatched a plot to kill Brigade Major Ogbemudia. Fortunately, Ogbemudia was tipped off by Colonel Hassan Katsina and Major Abba Kazio, who then provided Ogbemudia with an escape Land Rover complete with a submachine gun. Let's leave Dimka's story out of this because it's changing where we're going. Yeah. So that was like a run. Yomi, why did you write good in the comment section?
Why did you write good?
Why did you write good? You're happy that they got their own pound of flesh. I want to read something else. Give me a second, please.
We're wrapping up. Early today.
We're wrapping up. It's early today.
There's a lot. I don't have to explain anything. I just want us to listen to that.
There's a lot. I don't have to explain anything. I just want us to, these things are, self-explanatory. And the thing I just find funny in reading the book by IBB is that the C eventually said that Igbos did it. I don't know if you noticed, but I just didn't want to stay on it. Maybe Baba forgot himself. I don't know if you caught that part.
When Burns says pound of flesh, it seems like
who's this? Cohen Burns says pound of flesh, it seemed like the right thing to do, even though I'm Midwestern Igbo. Whatever you say.
The crazy part is the January coup led to the death of about 24.
The crazy part is the January coup led to the death of about 24, 25 people. But the July counter coup, more than 200 people died. It's a classic case of Kenofia Barakekere Gbanla. Prof, is it true Fajri chose to be killed with Tiransi?
Yes.
Well, yes, that's what we read.
Because it was not,
yes.
To be honest, it had nothing to do with that whole thing.
They could have escaped, but decided to. Because it was not, to be honest, it had nothing to do with that whole thing.
I found what I'm looking for, but there's one time.
But I found what I'm looking for, but there's one I'm still looking for. Once I find it, I'll read it. If I don't find it, then it's not today. But I think I'll find it. Timbari Maikemo. No, now. The source. Hello.
God is good though. Everybody say praise the Lord. I found, the book I'm looking for this one.
God is good though.
Everything I've read.
Everybody say praise the Lord. I found, the book I'm looking for this one. Everything I've read, they are all correct, but there's a particular narration that I was looking for, and it's in that book I mentioned earlier. I should have calmed down to read it, but I'm glad we read the other ones too, because they helped us understand things from different perspectives. So we read from Adewale Ademoyiga, we've read from IBB. Now let's read from H.M. Kirk Green. The book is called Crisis and Conflicts in Nigeria. This is what I've been looking for. It's actually, this is the narration I wanted to read. A mutiny started at the army barracks in Abeokuta in the former Western region in the morning of July 29. An officer of northern origin heard a telephone discussion. This is what I was looking for. An officer of northern origin heard a telephone discussion between two Igbo officers. After the discussion, the Igbo officer at the Abeokuta barracks ordered all Igbo soldiers at the barracks to take up arms and be ready. This was believed to be be ready in quotes. This was believed to be the signal for the elimination of the remaining non-Igbo officers in the army, the quote-unquote unfinished job of January 15. The officer from the north, in turn, asked all soldiers from other ethnic groups to take up their arms. An argument followed between the officers and their supporters, and shooting broke out between the two sides. These disorders spread to other barracks in the rest of the country and continued all through that weekend. Major General Aguiyi, who was Lieutenant Colonel Adekunle Fajri, were kidnapped at the government house in Ibadan. The net result of all this was another coup. Following the coup, Major General Yakubu Gowon, then Lieutenant Colonel, succeeded Major General Aguiyi on 1st August as head of the federal military government. In a broadcast to the nation that morning, he promised to bring the disorders in the army under control, stop further bloodshed, restore order, law, and confidence in all parts of the country with minimum delay,
and seek a new basis for unity.
To the Nigerian crisis and announced that the unitary form of government did not provide a
Major General Gowon also analyzed the roots of the Nigerian crisis and announced that the unitary form of government did not provide a basis for Nigerian unity. He promised that with the concurrence of the military governors and other members of the Supreme Military and Federal and Executive Councils, a decree would soon be issued to lay a sound foundation for Nigerian unity. July 29 was welcomed by the nation, particularly because of the events which followed it. On his assumption of office, Major General Gowon set in motion the machinery for finding a lasting solution to Nigeria's problems. He ordered A, the release of Chief Obafemi Awolowo, who was leader of the opposition in the federal parliament until his imprisonment in 1963, Chief Anthony Enahoro and other political prisoners and detainees. B, an immediate return to the federal system of government. C, the summoning on 12 September 1966 of an ad hoc conference on constitutional proposals, comprising representatives of all the regions of the Federation. This conference was preceded by consultative conferences in all areas of the regions. I think I found what I was looking for. Was that telephone call I was looking for? Mumbo.
I read it from the other.
Okay, I think I read it already.
So the book has 2 volumes.
I read it from the other volume. So the book has 2 volumes. I read the first one. I'm going to read the second one now.
There followed a period of uneasy calm until the early hours of
29th July 1966, when the country was once again plunged into another very serious and grave situation, the second in 7 months. The position on the early morning of 29th July was a report from Abeokuta garrison that there was a mutiny and that 2 senior and 1 junior officers from a particular section of the country were killed. This soon spread to Ibadan and Ikeja. More casualties were reported in these places. The Supreme Commander was by this time at Ibadan attending the Natural Rulers Conference and was due to return on the afternoon of 29th July. The government lodge was reported attacked, and the last report was that he and the West Military Governor were both kidnapped by some soldiers. Up till now, there is no confirmation. There's a book.
It's by
Ironsi. It's by Shuks Ilogbulam. He reproduced an interview that T.Y. Danjuma granted, describing what happened. I'm tempted to read it, but I don't think it's really part of what we're discussing. I'm just trying to say that if you want to know what happened in Ibadan, like after those guys were kidnapped, what happened from the perspective of T.Y. Danjuma, you can find it in that book. It's somewhere there.
But since I'm not reading it, you know when to bring it out.
It's somewhere there. But since I'm not reading it, we know when to bring it out. But yeah, if you want to have like a full
After all our journey, let us go back to our main
stuff, we're going to get to there. After all our journey, let us go back to our main text.
How many of us were here when we talked about the counter?
Let me ask you this question. How many of us were here when we talked about the counter coup and we read Chuk Legbulam talking about T.Y. Danjuma's perspective, or T.Y. Danjuma's account of what happened on July 29, 1966? Anybody? If we have more yeses than nos, then we'll continue. If we have more nos than yes, then I'll bring out the book. So if you were here when we discussed it and you remember, just say yes. If not, say no. I'm waiting for you. Thank you. So I shall wait. Okay.
There's so many no's here. Okay, Mumbo, I'll get you the, just need to do something very quick.
There are so many no's here. Oh. Okay,
Let me
Mumbo,
see,
I'll get you the, I just need to do something very quickly.
Can you disturb you?
Mm.
One second. Let's do this way.
One second. Let's do this way.
Ray, come. I'm trying to get the book. 1 second, please.
I'm trying to get the book. 1 second, please.
Oh, it's here. Let me just 1 second. Feel it. Wait. Move that book. Thank you. Alright, if you're on TikTok, please power tap. This is training activity. I might pull up call.
Alright, if you're on TikTok, please power tap. This is training activity. I might call a call.
See this I'm looking for. So where Ojuku said that good should stand up to.
See this I'm looking for. This was where Ojuku said that Goodikpe should stand up to go on, but we'll get to that later. Ojuku was hiding and was telling Ogundipe to stand up to go on, but he had run away. So they said the nose have it, Abi. Let's work with the nose now.
So this book is called The Ronsin by Chooks Logbolam.
So this book is called The Ronsin by Chooks Logbolam. Logbonam.
We produced an interview that was done.
Give me a second.
Beautiful. All right, let's read it.
Beautiful. All right, let's read it.
Olatunde Odediran on YouTube, thank you very much for the gift, sir. God bless you.
Olatunde Odediran on YouTube, thank you very much for the gift, sir. God bless you.
All right.
Thank you.
So again, this is still white Danjuma.
All right. So again, this is still white Danjuma, General T. White Danjuma. I'm just going to read the interview.
Northern soldiers. Remember, okay, so somebody asked him a question. Who are the boys? So
Northern soldiers. Remember, okay, so somebody asked him a question. Who are the boys? So he had said something like, let me just go back a bit. It says, what happened was that after we arrested him, I lost control. He's talking about, I stayed in the barracks with the adjutant, the chief of staff of the commanding officer. I stayed with him in a single officer quarters. And it was there that at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, I was in bed when he came and knocked at my door. He said, sir, do you know what has happened? I said, no. He said there was some trouble in Abeokuta. He said there was an Igbo officer holding a secret meeting with all the Igbo officers in the officers' mess, and our boys went and shot all of them. What we are reading here is exactly what we read in Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria by A.H.M. Green earlier. We talked about the phone call, and also in IBB's book, Johnny in Service, where they attacked, those Igbo officers. So he says there was an Igbo officer holding a secret meeting with all the Igbo officers in the officers' mess, and our boys went and shot all of them. Who are our boys, quote unquote? Northern soldiers. Remember, Igbos did the killings that took place in January 1966. They killed non-Igbo senior army officers. Only one Igbo officer was killed, but Igbo wiped out almost all the senior non-Igbo officers. We rounded up all the people who did the killings because we all helped Iransi to abort the January coup. They were rounded up and put in jail, where they were being paid their full salary. They had television. They had everything there, despite being detained, and nobody was talking about court-martialing them. Nobody was talking about court-martialing them. Instead, the newspapers, including the Daily Times, wrote to the effect that the boys being detained were national heroes. National heroes because they killed corrupt politicians. You didn't say anything about army officers. They killed corrupt politicians and replaced them with Iransi, whom we would call Ironside. In other words, they killed corrupt politicians. How about the soldiers? They killed the soldiers because there would be threats to Iransi. It was an Igbo coup designed to do two things: either to have an Igbo civilian to become prime minister in the person of Kingsley Badiwe, or to have an Igbo military officer or the GOC become the head of state in the person of Iransi. So if you were corrupt and you killed the politicians, why do you have to kill the officers?
So it says they're national heroes because
you already know the answer to that.
He didn't say anything about.
He didn't say. So it says they're national heroes because they killed corrupt politicians. He didn't say anything about army officers. They killed corrupt politicians and replaced them with Iransi, whom we would call Ironside. Very insulting, and in my opinion, provocative. They were saying that those boys should be freed. Tension started building. Riots broke out in the north, and it was because of the riots that broke out in the north that Iransi started going around to talk to traditional rulers and the army leaders. I was in his convoy. We got to Ibadan. We had a meeting with traditional rulers and leaders of thought, at the end of which everybody was asked to sing the national anthem. It's funny that every single book you read about 28, they all mention the national anthem. It's interesting. All right, we all sang the national anthem. In the night, we had dinner and we came back. We to stay with the adjutant. Then at 1 o'clock in the night, there was bang, bang, bang on my door. I said, what happened? He, adjutant, said there was some trouble in Abeokuta. I said, what was it? He said the man on duty officer, saw the commanding officer holding meetings in the officers' mess. All the officers that attended that meeting were Igbos. They left out non-Igbo officers. The duty officer called 1 or 2 soldiers. They cocked their guns, went there and rounded up everybody. They thought it was a joke. One of them had his staff machine gun by his side, and he bent down and attempted to pick it up. They opened up on him and shot him down. They sprayed everybody, killed everybody there, and started telephoning. They rang Ibadan. It was then that this boy woke me up. This was what happened. The press had been calling for the release of the January coup plotters. Now, our boys had created an excuse for the release. After killing these people, it is a draw. They killed army officers in Lagos and all over Nigeria. Igbos did it. Now, Igbos had been killed in Abeokuta. That would be the end of it. I said no. I asked the adjutant, who was in a position to know if the Supreme Commander at that time, Iransi, was known as Supreme Commander, if he had been told. He said no, he didn't think so. I said, okay, he should get me some soldiers. He brought soldiers. I didn't come to Ibadan with combat dress. I had to borrow the combat dress of an officer about my size. It was an American combat dress. This officer had just come back from the US. You know, when you travel with the head of state, you have to dress decently, wear service dress and so on. So I borrowed fatigue, wore it. In fact, I wore it over my pajamas and left with the adjutant. I said, take me to the government house. We got there. We asked soldiers who were on duty to ground arms. They all grounded their arms. I told the adjutant what to do. Soldiers grounded their arms, we disarmed them and armed the soldiers that we brought. Meanwhile, the anti-tank gun, Iransi convoy, was there. The commander was there. The commander was from the garrison in Ibadan. We knew him. We told him. He said we should use the gun to blow down the building. I said no. There's no need. The head of state was there. We had to arrest him. We were there and waited. Anytime anybody came out from the building, we arrested him. They removed their shoes and we asked them to sit down.
We didn't want any violence.
Then the interviewer says, why were you doing this? We didn't want any violence. We wanted to arrest him, Iransi. That's T.Y. Danjuma responding. We didn't want any violence. We wanted to arrest him, that's Iransi. We wanted to arrest him alive and go and lock him up. We wanted to interrogate him to find out the role he played in the coup, January 1966. His stories didn't add up about how he escaped from Flagstaff House, where he was staying at number 1 Glover, Ikoyi, and ended up in Ikeja. Who knows how he escaped?
Nigeria's 5 majors by Ben Gule.
If you want to know how he escaped, you have to read Nigeria's 5 Majors by Ben Gule. He escaped because
a man from his hometown who was part of the coup plotters called him
before they got to the house. They just deceiving everybody.
Okafor and Oji.
So they said they don't know how he
They told him before they got to the house. They're just deceiving everybody. So they said they don't know how he moved from Ikoyi, from Glover Ikoyi, and suddenly reappeared, disappeared there and reappeared in Ikeja. Anyway, let's continue. His stories didn't add up about how he escaped from Flagstaff House, where he was staying at number 1 Glover Ikoyi, and ended up in Ikeja. How it came about that Njoku, who was supposed to have handed over the command of the largest garrison in Lagos, which was then the Ikeja garrison, did not hand over. Njoku was still in command, and he, Ironsi, went to join him. We were going to interrogate him about all those, or at least that was what I thought we were going to do. So everything I told the soldiers to do or not to do, they obeyed until eventually, first, Adekunle Fajui, military governor of Western Region, came out of the building after he waited. Every time they sent somebody out of the building, nobody went back. So Fajui came down. As he came down the steps, I saluted him and said, "Sir, you are under arrest. Hands up." He looked at me and called me, "Danjuma." I said, "Sir, you are under arrest." He raised his hands and came down. He said, "What do you want?" I said, "We want to arrest you and we want to arrest the head of state." He said, "And you are going out with him?" I said, "Yes." And then the interviewer asked, "And you were supposed to be on the Supreme Commander's entourage?" TY responds, TY Danjuma responds, I was there. I went to Ibadan with him. What do you mean by supposed to? Then the interviewer said, "Because you were now arresting." TY Danjuma responds, "Yes, I was arresting." He, Fajui, pleaded with me not to go up with armed men, that he was going to go up and call him, Ironsi, provided I guaranteed his safety. I gave him my guarantee. I said, quote unquote, "I guarantee your safety." He went there and didn't come down, so I decided to climb up. As I climbed up the steps, armed soldiers followed me. I had a grenade in my hand. I didn't have any arm. As I came, Ironsi was seated. Faji was by his side. I said, "Sir, you are under arrest," and I gave him the order to stand up. Reluctantly, Ironsi stood up. He used to carry a staff crocodile. He had it in his hand. They both came down. Faji was still asking me about guaranteeing my safety. I guaranteed his safety absolutely. So we came out of the building, down toward the car. One of the soldiers said we shouldn't allow him to carry his crocodile, that there's juju. I said, "No, there's nothing in it." He said he would disappear if we allowed him to carry it. He decided to stop, and I told him to shut up. That was the time I lost control. The soldier battened me and pushed me aside and took charge. To my greatest surprise, the adjutant, who was, these were his troops, I was a stranger. They were obeying me because everything I did, they liked. They liked what I was doing, but the moment I told them not to do something they didn't like, they rejected. I expected the adjutant who was there to intervene. He probably incited them. He said, "Yes, the soldier is right. This thing here," that's Ironsi's crocodile, "is his zasa. It's juju that will make him disappear." When you say crocodile, it's not like a real crocodile, it's a staff. Right? But it looks like crocodile. Like a stick is always carrying all over the place. It's juju that will make him disappear. So they took the thing from him, pushed him aside, and bundled him and Fajui in a vehicle and drove away. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. The front of the government house was littered with people without shoes, people who had come to get ready to go. They asked every one of them to sit on the floor and they removed their shoes. They all sat down, including the head of service, Chief P. Odumosu. I came down. The soldiers, drove away. There was nobody to tell these people to go, so they all sat there. It was I who said, "What are you people still doing here?" Quietly, they realized they were free to go. Question. That's the soldiers, are driven away with Fajui and Ironsi. What of you? Tiwa Danjuma responds, "I had to hitch a ride to go to the barracks. They left. There was no vehicle even for me to leave that place. They just drove away, taking them away. So I had to make my way back to the barracks. If you read General Gowon's book, it is there. They named names of the people who actually took Ironsi away. Now, there are a lot of lies. I read some very funny lies told by Ironsi's ADC, whose life I saved. He was an Igbo officer from Abakaliki area, tall, a good-looking chap. After the war, he came back. I saw him. We shook hands, and I gave him some money. I read his account. We captured a lot of literature in Enugu. The Igbos named his account, including what happened in Ibadan and what happened in the north, as pogrom. I read all the accounts there. It was there that I saw the evidence given by this man. He must have felt guilty when his boss was arrested and taken away, and he went away and he went home empty-handed, without anything, even though he was his ADC, and and nothing happened to him. By the way, I found out that that ADC turned out to be, was it Nwankwo? I think it was Andrew Nwankwo. He had to tell a lie to justify how he came out with his limbs intact. He gave a long story of how he escaped, what happened, and so on. That man told a lot of lies that gained currency. Ironsi had two ADCs. One of them was Colonel Sonny Bello, and the other was this man. I prevailed on the soldiers not to do anything to anybody. We arranged for him to escape and go away. He went home and started telling lies. He told a lot of lies, which I read in the account he gave in Biafra. We had an inquiry. People came to give account and so on and so forth. Unfortunately, I didn't keep it, but I remember that the stories that gained currency were from that man. So someone says the adjutant created the problems. He said no. He didn't create the problem. The Igbos who killed our senior officers all over the place created the problem. They created the problem. They sowed the wind and reaped the problem. It wasn't him, the adjutant. They were reacting. They were avenging what happened in January. The July coup was a revenge coup. So the person asked, what's the name of the adjutant? He says, Garba Paiko. Was he a major? Major. He was a second lieutenant. You were a senior. Oh, yes. But when it comes to coup making, there's no rank. The coup is a bandwagon of hierarchy. This was his unit. He knew the boys. I didn't know them. But he knew me. He used me. Then the person says, you were lucky. They didn't mistake you for an Igbo. Then he says, Tiwa Danjuma responds, oh, easily. I was lighter in complexion than I am now. Many times they took me for an Igbo. So the adjutant didn't create the problem. I don't think you people know what happened. What would you do when you went to bed and woke up and found out all the people from your area in the army, innocent people, were killed in their beds? Some of them even with their wives, all done by Igbo officers. We bottled up these for 6 months, from January to July. Then the opportunity came for revenge. In the army, you are taught that when you are fired upon, you take cover and return fire. We didn't return fire immediately. We gave Ironsi a chance to deal with the people who killed our seniors. He did not. We couldn't understand. If politicians were corrupt, why didn't you confine your killings? If politicians were corrupt, why didn't you confine yourself to killing politicians? If it was necessary that the army should take over, why was it that this same army should eliminate the cream of that army and leave us with absolutely useless people like Ironsi, who was a desk clerk head of state? We couldn't understand it, but we bottled this up till July, and when the opportunity came, we decided to revenge. This is what happened. Then they ask the question, people blame you for what happened in Ibadan, but as it is, the adjutant more or less instigated the soldiers. He responds, yes, this is what I suspect. My suspicion is borne out by the fact that he did not do what I would do if I were in his position. He, the adjutant, approved of what the boys did. And that's it. And then this guy went on to examine it. By the way, this guy is everything the Igbos do, nothing is wrong. Can keep the whole word, they'll find a way to explain it. But all I just read right now, when I said this guy, I mean the author of this book, Chukwulok Bulam. I buy Igbo books because it's good to know what they're thinking, and it's just fun. Everybody thinks the same way. But yeah, the point here is that was Tiwa Danjuma talking about what happened in the January 2029 coup, counter coup. Now you know. No, let's stop it. Let's stop it there for now.
Someone says they will explain it or call it a Nigerian killing. Yes.
Someone says they will explain it or call it a Nigerian killing. Yes.
Do I like the fact that they kill people?
Everything from the southeast can be explained away. Do I like the fact that they kill people? I don't have any opinion about it. Of course, people shouldn't die. I mean, people should be killed. But there are some things he said towards the end. He said, you don't know how it feels when you sleep and you wake up and discover that all your elders, all your senior officers from your area have been killed. And the person who did that and did not touch anybody from his own area tells you that it's for Nigeria.
Let's wrap up by going back to the book that we started with.
That was Tiwa Danjuma. Let's wrap up by going back to the book that we started with.
Some things to get to.
We still have some things to get to. What time is it?
We don't finish today, we'll finish on Friday. Where we are going
We
is
still have some
actually
things to get to.
more
If we don't finish today, we'll finish on Friday. And where we are going is actually even more scintillating.
So let me just read a few comments to rest a bit. OJ775 on TikTok says,
So let me just read a few comments to rest a bit.
OJ775
OJ775 on TikTok says, I must say the end of Igbo dominance and scheming led to Northern dominance. Never again.
Now listen to somebody speak yesterday.
I listened to somebody speak yesterday.
About the fact that before 66, the Igbos had everything.
And he talked about the fact that
And they did.
before 66, the Igbos had everything.
Had Igbo
And they did.
diplomats.
Most of our embassies had Igbo
Civil service was
diplomats, ambassadors.
had everything, but they wanted more.
The civil service was filled with Igbos. They had everything, but they wanted more.
More because what they had, as far as they were concerned, considering the vision they had set for
They wanted more because what they had, as far as they were concerned, considering the vision they had set for themselves in 44, they were not there yet.
until they now pushed
So
the
they
point
kept
where they lost
pushing
every
for more.
single thing they had.
They kept pushing for more until they now pushed the point where they lost every single thing they had. If I find out which, I'm going to play it.
What it is people who,
Essentially,
like
what it is people who
clamor for more,
is like what Sir Arthur Richard said in 47,
unbridled ambition.
who clamor for more and more of everything. Unbridled ambition.
I hope seeing things from the northern perspective. This is not to say one is good, the other is bad, or
And
anything, but it helps you to
I hope
understand
seeing things from the northern perspective, this is not to say one is good, the other is bad or anything, but it helps you to understand where people are coming from. So you're not just looking at one side and saying, oh, he's right, he's wrong. It's not really like that. I'll see if I can find out, which I'll play it so that you guys can hear. But that's the crux of his message, though. The fact that they had everything, but then they wanted more.
found it.
I found it.
Take a listen. Give me a second.
Found it. Take a listen. Give me a second. I'll just have to fast forward a bit.
Take a listen to this.
Take a listen to this.
66. Those young majors who of the Igbo extraction 66. Those young majors who of the Igbo extraction that participated in that coup were very stupid. They were mad. The reason is that in 1966, the Igbos had dominated the social, economic, political space of Nigeria. You had 2 premiers, 3 university vice chancellors, the IG of police, and she said that the army. You don't plan a coup against government that you are in charge. We went in and lost out everything.
He's correct. But there's something he said that's wrong.
He's correct. But there's something he said that's wrong.
He blamed
And here's what's wrong.
majors.
He blamed
I don't know if people
the
realize that these
Igbo majors.
soldiers did not just act on their own.
I don't know if people realize that these soldiers did not just act on their own.
Part of the whole plot.
That there were politicians, Igbo
At least
politicians,
one of them was mentioned
that
in
were
the
part of the
special
whole
branch
plot.
report. Michael Okpara.
And at least one of them was mentioned in the special branch report.
1 second.
Michael Okpara.
Kí ló ń rùn? Kí ló ń jóná?
1 second.
Eh? Careful. Some people might wonder how I where I got that information from. Let me read this.
Some people might wonder where I got that information from. Let me read this so that no go be like say they make things up. I'm going to read something very quickly. Where's that stuff? It's in yeah.
There were different categories of people that were part of that coup. 2 categories.
He
mainly.
blamed there were different categories of people that were part of that coup. 2 categories mainly. Number 1, of course, the army, the officers. Number 2 were the politicians, Igbo politicians. And I'll see if I can find that document very quickly.
Adam says the Americans are coming. They should come now. They are bringing me money.
Adam says the Americans are coming. They should come now. They are bringing me money. Adam, the Americans are bringing me money. They are bringing you misery, Shao.
Because that's what you wish for everybody. So that's what you're going to get.
They are bringing you misery. Because that's what you wish for everybody. So that's what you're going to get. All right.
All right, listen to this.
All right, listen to
This
this.
was published in 1966. As per by the place.
This was published in 1966. Was put by the place.
The execution of the plan was to take place in 3 areas only. That's it.
The execution of the plan was to take place in 3 areas only. That's it, the coup of January. That is Kaduna, Ibadan, and the Lagos area. Although many of the participants believed the insurrection to be nationwide, people like Ademega, who wrote it in his book, thought they were going to do something for the whole nation. It is a matter of established fact that no violent action took place in either Benin City or Enugu. It has been suggested that these areas were spared because the plotters found it impossible to recruit collaborators in either Benin or Enugu. To recruit reliable co-conspirators in these regions. None of the officers has indicated under interrogation that any efforts to recruit collaborators in either Benin or Enugu were made. In other words, they didn't even try. Indeed, subsequent action of some of the leading officers indicated collaboration with the then Premier of Eastern Region.
The Premier of Eastern Region. And by the way, they also mentioned here,
the Premier of Eastern Region. And by the way, they also mentioned here, they mentioned like there are other civilians that were involved, but their names were not written in this document. There's another part to this document that has never been released. It's still classified. Even this one that has been disclassified, how many Nigerians know about it?
1 second, please.
1 second, please.
Comment section. I think what you're writing is more rumor than.
Someone in the comment section, I think what you're writing is more rumor than fact, unless of course you are telling me exactly what that information is.
So please feel free to let us know exactly where's that.
So please feel free to let us know exactly where's that.
1 second.
Where that is from. 1 second though.
I need to write something else, I don't forget, please.
I need to write something else, I don't forget, please. Shumo Rogin Dollar. Shumo Fatai. The name of the book I'm reading, who's asking? Cohen Burns. The name of the book is, the document is called Special Branch Report. I refer to it a lot, but I rarely read everything because it's a bit open. Unless we want to have a session just to discuss it. Anyway, like I said, let's go back to the book we started with as we round up today.
And the person is saying that somebody traveled by air. I don't know what you're talking about.
The only one I know is what happened afterwards, but before, you have to write your source so that we don't have this thing where I heard my father said. The reason I read books, I could always, just say what I want to say, but I read this thing so that everybody will see where it's coming from. It's better than saying my father said, my uncle said. It's just ridiculous. Your father could lie, and for the most part, the particular part of the country, all their fathers lie. I didn't mention any part, by the way. But when it comes to the war, the coup, all their parents lie. I'm sorry, but everybody says my father said, then you confirm is nothing. There's no truth to it.
Maybe they're just saying what they were.
So I've come to say something. Maybe they're not really lying. Maybe they're just saying what they were told, which is the product of propaganda. Everybody's saying the same thing, but everybody's lying. So maybe they got the information from a liar, and they're now repeating the same thing, just regurgitating it. So that way, at least, I can still give them grace. I like giving people grace. All right, let's go back to this book. Many people. Many people. Many. All right, many books. Let's read this one. Northern rulers had gone to Ibadan. Northern rulers had gone to Ibadan amid strong rumors of a plan by the regime to blow them up while in the conference hall. It all sounded pretty preposterous, but it was nevertheless believed by some. The book I'm reading right now is called Beckon to Serve by Shehu Shagari. Emi says everybody cannot be lying. Everybody can be lying. If you are after the truth, you've got to assume that everybody can be telling the truth and everybody can be lying. And I'll give you a very good example. Thank you for even bringing that up. It's good. Let's talk about it.
Glory Igwe says we still have everything till tomorrow. Today what we left for Nigeria cannot manage it.
Glory Igwe says we still have everything till tomorrow. Today what we left for Nigeria cannot manage it. They are all falling apart. Where did you leave? What did you didn't have anything, so you couldn't have left anything. Don't kid yourself. This is not the place to. I read books where I can respond to you without reading anything, and you may not like my response. Don't be stupid. What did you leave?
All right, so.
What was the other person? You were saying something. Everybody cannot be lying. All right, so.
Of mass destruction in America.
Anybody knows about WMD? Weapons of mass destruction in America was very popular. I mean, it was all over the place. Anybody knows about it? Have you ever heard of WMD? I'm sure you must have heard. All of you are very exposed, educated people. You know WMD, right? Just about everybody in America believed that thing. Does it mean it's true? That Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction? See, Emmy, I want to assume, I hope I'm right, that you really want to have a good conversation. Let me tell you something. Read this book, The Trial of Biafran Leaders by Nelson Otta. You know what, guys? It's not today's topic, but please permit me to read something from that book so that I think it's going to help. It sounds like somebody, I spoke to a younger person some time ago, a few months ago, and the person said to me, everything you are saying is going to change everything we've believed. So I'm like, do you mind if what you believe is true or not? Apparently, he didn't care about that. The point is just that you are saying this thing, you are saying this thing. I'm seeing the proof, I'm seeing everything, but this is what we believe. But what you believe doesn't mean anything if it's a lie. I want to read something to you from that book, from Nelson Otta's book. Let me quickly find it.
Like say people just have a way of making themselves happy in the delusion.
Like say people just have a way of making themselves happy in the delusion. Which one is what you left for Nigeria? They're not managing it. We are giving grace, so don't me say if you talk nonsense. So. I want to read something. You guys, I'm sure I've read it here before. So if you've been here before, you probably would have heard me say this. But let's read it. It has to do with what's the word though?
I found the book.
Here's the problem with. I found the book. Now I have to find the page. That's the next walk. Many people. Many people. Anyway, guys, go and stream Adeokunle Gold song. That song is sweet. I said it earlier. I watched the video. The thing is stuck in my head. Beautiful stuff. I like the fact that I worked with folks who have been there, like Yinka Efele and
Adewale Ayuba. Nice stuff. I want to read something. I really have to find that thing because it's very important. Where we are coming from, I think it should be worth it. But the rest of us should hear as well. Maybe I'll just tell you because I can't find it. It's in this book, but I don't know. Something with hard copy. You have to be opening and be looking for pages. Let me tell you what's there. I'll tell you what is there, and if I find it, I'll read it. If I don't find it, you will understand. I've told you the name of the book already now, Emmy. I told you already. The book is called The Trial of Biafra's Leaders by Nelson Otta. But there's something he said that's actually very... It's troubling.
It's the reality of today.
It's very troubling because it's the reality of today. Like it's what you see when you speak with certain people from the Southeast especially. And that's why I say sometimes I try not to blame everybody because may not be like I say, you know, but to be honest, there is there's an enthronement of propaganda over truth and the preference for propaganda instead of truth in the Southeast. Again, it's a shame, but it's the reality. Maybe we'll come back and I'll read it to you because I can't find it. But it's inside the book. If it was all this, you know, e-copies are easier.
Let me tell you what's in there.
What it was, let me explain to you. I'll just tell you.
So,
let me tell you what's in there.
When Nsukka fell,
so when Nsukka fell, Biafrans were, Igbo people were told that Biafra was strong and solid and that they were the ones dealing with Nigerian forces.
We're moving into
so at a point, the Nigerians were coming, we're moving into Enugu. That was the capital. And they were bombing places. Oh my God, God is good though.
If he's not the one, then
I think I found it. If he's not the one, then we'll... Let me sum to you here.
I found it. I think. It says here.
It's only. I found it. I think. It says here, the book again is called The Trial of Biafra's Leaders by Nelson Otta. It says, Ojukwu and his aides, still very much ensconced in the comparative safety and comfort of the State House Enugu, were determined not to listen to or cooperate with the field commander. Millions of the inmates of Ojukwu's monolithic empire, that's not very good stuff for people. Millions of the inmates of Ojukwu's monolithic empire, me say all the people now like prisoners and be. Millions of the inmates of Ojukwu's monolithic empire fed on nothing but the fanfaronade being dished out by Radio Biafra, and so still convinced that no, quote unquote, no force in Africa could bring the Biafran empire down. We're not listening either. The euphoria was too massive to allow either doubt or dissent. Lieutenant Colonel Banjo, the pessimist and coward, could go on clocking all over the place like a fussy hen. Enugu was still under this propaganda-induced mass hypnosis when the troops of the 2nd Division of the Federal Nigerian Army recaptured Benin from the secessionist troops on 20th September 1967. Lieutenant Colonel Banjo had, even before the fall of the ancient city, removed his headquarters to Agbo. Things were no better for Ojukwu at the Nsukka front. I found it. Let me just jump. Major Danjuma, the one we just read this stuff. Major Danjuma's advance brought him and his troops to such towns between Nsukka and Enugu as Akwebe, in which a young Nigerian intellectual, Major Christopher Okigbo, was killed after his battalion headquarters had been outflanked. Ikolo, Ogbede, Omulungbe, and Okpatu. At this time, Radio Biafra, listen, this is where we are going. The first part talked about millions of the inmates of Ojukwu's monolithic empire who fed on nothing but the fanfaronade being dished out by Radio Biafra, telling them that no force in Black Africa will be able to conquer Biafra empire. Okay. Then it says here, at this time, after Danjuma
don't advance, don't conquer all these places. They enter Enugu, they come. At this time, Radio Biafra was still busy announcing the recapture of Nsukka and Okpi. This game of mass deception continued until the advancing federal troops, probably angered by the blatant lie-telling of the Enugu radio station, lumped over 2 artillery shells which fell within a few yards of the broadcasting studio and sent the broadcasters running. This incident took place in the morning of 26 September 1967. Within Enugu itself, events were marching furiously. Although the mass hypnosis, which was at the time very effective, was still obscuring realities, men and women in the streets were still telling themselves and their neighbors that there was no danger, that the artillery shells which were then exploding with uncomfortable frequency were new weapon systems being tested by Biafran scientists. But at the same time, there was a group of young men who knew better and who, because they believed themselves to be regarded by Ojukwu and his aides, went out to do something. Here's the point I'm trying to say. This is the point you made. You said that everybody cannot be lying. He's saying here that the Radio Biafra was broadcasting on 26 September 67 that they are taking over Nsukka and Okpi. Meanwhile, they had lost more grounds than the last time they even told the people the truth. And everybody believed it in town, to the point where when they heard the artillery shells, boom, boom, everything, they said it was Biafran scientists testing their new inventions. Now, if you find yourself in the midst of those people, are you going to say they are right because everybody is saying the same thing? They were lied to. It's called mass hypnosis. And here's the saddest thing about the Southeast. You guys are still under that hypnosis. You still believe that thing, whatever it is.
They had to throw 2.
Everybody believes. Think about it. They are throwing bombs. They had to throw 2. What's it called? What's the word they use? May not go speak. May not call them bomb. What's that? They said 2 shells.
Very close to
2 artillery shells. They have to throw 2 artillery shells very close to the Radio Biafra, to the studio, for the broadcasters to leave that place and run away. They were in there and lying to the people. The people were listening to them on radio and believing that they were safe. Do you know how many things they told those people?
Who was one of the major voices on Radio
Biafra? E.g., Okokon on them, who was one of the major voices on Radio Biafra, told them that, oh, Nigeria hates you, and they poisoned the food they brought for you. Everybody says it. Some people's father, grandmother, grandfather, everybody says it. What they did not realize is that Okokon in them was eating. Your propagandists, Okokon in them, Uchechukwu Merije, Chino Achebe, they were putting things in you. That's why even to the very last day of Chino Achebe's opportunity to write the truth, he still wrote that propaganda because he had to, keep up with whatever drama they were acting. So the idea that a number of people cannot be wrong, a billion people can be wrong. The question you should be asking is this: what is your source of information? A lot of what you hear is what was said, not what people saw. And even with the things they saw, they didn't even know why it happened. And so if you say you have gone to school, you have a degree and everything, and people are telling you, oh, this happened, this happened, this happened. You say, okay, Motigbo, I've heard you. Then you now go and study why did those things happen. Let's even assume they know what happened. But for the most part, people just tell you stories that they heard. E.g., we were here last week. Listen to one supposed to be an elderly person who said Ezekiel was a wizard. And that was how he was able to know what was going to happen. So he escaped before anything happened. How can you tell a grown man like me that Ezekiel escaped because he was a wizard? Are we joking?
Everything that should have happened to the evils.
How is it that you can explain away everything that should have happened to the evils? Every single one of them. Whether it was Orizu, or Mbadiwe, or Ekejani, or Kwara, or Sadebe, or Azikiwe, everybody had an excuse. I'm supposed to believe that. Because all of us, because everybody in the East believes it. Abba now. This is not about whether you hate a group. I don't have time for that. It's just that we have to engage our grey matter, our brain. Let's think. So think about what I just read right now. 67, everybody believes something to the point where they could have died. Because the person who won't come your town can't destroy them. In they throw bomb, they hear they hear the sound. You can't tell yourself, say, now Biafran scientists, they practice invention. Then they test their invention. Meanwhile, because I'm waiting to tell you for radio be that.
That's the power of media. And that's
it's called mass hypnosis. That's the power of media.
They sound the same way.
And that's why you discover that most of the people that are from the Southeast are talking, they sound the same way. Everybody is sounding the exact same. If everybody is sounding the same way, let me ask you a question. In this world today, there's a particular country where everybody has the same haircut and sound the same way. Do you know that country?
Everybody almost look alike in terms of the
right now. No. As we're talking right now, there's a particular country. Everybody almost look alike in terms of their haircut, their dressing, the men, the women, the hairstyles they have to have. They all sound, and when they speak, everybody is talking like a robot. God bless you. It's not Korea.
able to have that kind of mind. Everybody sounding the same.
You have to be under that kind of kidney to be able to have that kind of mind. Everybody sounding the same.
That is,
you're not a machine. That's inducement. That is, they have spent time to propagandize your life with information. North Korea is similar to what happened in Biafra. Everybody believing the same thing. Listen, even if we experience the same thing, we're supposed to talk about that thing, there will be variations because we had our own kidney. But the fact that everybody is saying the same thing, you were taught. And I'm not saying that terrible things did not happen in Southeast, so terrible things happened. Terrible things happened, right? And I'm not trying to reduce the pain of the people. A lot of crazy things happened. But two things. Number one, you never discuss why those things happened. You never discuss who was responsible for the things that happened. Have you noticed those two things you never do? Why those things happened and who was responsible? Who was truly responsible, not what you heard on Radio Biafra. And the day you ask those two questions, let me tell you something. You'll be very, very depressed. Let me not use the word depressed. You will feel miserable.
If you ask those questions,
the day you sincerely ask, especially if you're from the Southeast, if you ask those questions and you get the right answers, I assure you, you feel miserable. You feel terrible. You feel very angry. But that's the right feeling. It's fine. Then you now resolve it. When you now resolve it, you now find a way to help your people to understand what really happened and hopefully find healing, which is what we should be looking for. Not all this blackmailing after 55 years.
please don't say that thing again.
So nobody's fighting anybody. It's just that, and please don't say that thing again. That everybody cannot be wrong. Everybody can be wrong. Almost everybody in America believed there was a weapon of mass, or there were weapons of mass destruction in Iraq.
Media.
Why? Media.
That was the message that
Media.
George Bush wanted.
That was what.
to believe at the time.
That was the message that George Bush wanted everyone to believe at the time. Forget America. Even outside America, people in Nigeria believed it. People in the UK believed it. Especially because, of course, the UK Prime Minister was, supporting the whole thing. Everybody believed it. So are you saying that now that we know that that thing was a lie, we should still say it was true because we don't want to look like fools that we believe nonsense? If you believe that time you were stupid, that's okay. It's in the past. Are you still going to be stupid in the present? That's the question. You said you cannot narrate your history without denigrating or condescending an ethnic group. If you think this is denigrating or condescending, then you're not serious.
When you use this kind of thing, you are trying to appeal to some.
Now I know where you're coming from. When you use this kind of thing, you are trying to appeal to some emotions that you're not going to find here. You don't want empathy. You want silence.
In my heart, I really
What's condescending with what I just said right now? In my heart, I really thought I was actually opening up Jesus. I wasted my time, sir. Hopefully, maybe I wasted my time with you, but hopefully other people will hear it. Jesus is Lord. That was condescending? You're not serious. You're not ready. Don't worry, continue. What I just said was condescending. So what you really want is for people not to say anything. When you say something, I just say, okay, sir. Yes, sir, you're right. I wasn't being condescending. I mean, wait, people on comment section. Don't worry. Maybe I hear some of these things for the first time. Don't worry. It may feel bad. You may feel bad, but it's okay. I've also feel bad about that when I read some of those things in about even my own history. You know, I read my history sometimes I feel like, what? What history? I learned from it. Anyway, I say I don't dey talk, I don't dey spend too much time, but if you think I was condescending before, sincerely, if you read half of these things, you'll not be concerned. You'll be cursing people. This one we're just speaking English. You'll be cursing people if you read some of these things. We just find a way. Have you noticed that sometimes I'll read something I'll not explain? Because if you want to explain, you go curse people now. OJ says, I was going to warn you not to waste your time. They are mostly irredeemable. I say you're right, Jerry. More read a few more things before we go. Back to that was a trip. We're back here now. Northern rulers had gone to Ibadan amidst strong rumors of a plan by the regime to blow them up while in the conference hall. It all sounded pretty preposterous, but it was nevertheless believed by some. In the event, the conference convened to explore ways of ensuring the country's security and political stability opened cheerfully enough. Ironsi led the rulers in singing the national anthem, everybody talks about this national anthem, and lectured them on its significance. Nothing catastrophic occurred, although the northern participants allegedly found the day's deliberations rather unrewarding. Later in the evening, General Ironsi's host, Lieutenant Colonel Fajri, the military governor of the Western Group. You know what, I need to, 1 second please. I need to mark this page where I found that thing. I don't want to search for it that's for so many minutes like I did earlier. Brilliant. Okay. Later in the evening, General Ironsi's host, Lieutenant Colonel Fajri, the military governor of the Western Group of Provinces, arranged a cocktail party for the visiting dignitaries. But unknown to the two men, fate was beckoning. Just before midnight on that Thursday of July 28 in the Abeokuta garrison, some northern soldiers became alarmed by a gathering of Igbo officers. We explained this from the other books that we read earlier. In fine art, two people can't see the same thing in front of them where they drew the same one is. From the same side, therefore, I have my own view. I don't care what your view is, though. I have to take your view, his view, her view, their views, everybody's view, put it together, understand it. But I can't say, you can't say because it's not aligned with your view alone, then I'm wrong. I'll factor in your own view, but I can't depend on your view. That's why, I mean, you see what I do. You take Yoruba, you take Hausa, you take Igbo, you take South, you take America, you take Europe. And there's still more to read. No matter how many things you have read, there's still many more. But let's continue. We already read some of these things from the other books. So we read Journey in Service by IBB, and we read Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria by A.H.F. Green, and Why We Struck by Adewale Ademoyega. So we're just going to read it again here, summarized, and we're moving on. But unknown to the two men, fate was beckoning. Just before midnight on that Thursday of July 28 in the Abeokuta garrison, some northern soldiers became alarmed by a gathering of Igbo officers and shot a number of them dead. The garrison quickly passed into northern hands, followed by more killings. By the morning of 29, the news had reached Ibadan and Lagos, where northern officers, NCOs, and other ranks utterly revolted and established their sway. Those in the north joined the fray late in the evening and gained control as well. But those in the eastern capital of Enugu were preempted by their battalion commander, who contrived an accord between the rival factions, while those in the midwestern capital of Benin did not act at all. And I mentioned earlier that the person who actually, was able to ensure that it didn't degenerate into chaos in the east was a man called Ogunewe. By the way, Ogunewe sounds Yoruba, but trust me, I was an Igbo man. The interesting thing about him, though, is that maybe we'll get to Isha. If you read Nigerian Civil War by John de St. John, he mentioned that while all of this was going on, there was a part where, boy, my watch, there was a part where Gowon had to take over, and then, I was just thinking about having Ogundipe, since he was the most senior officer after Ironsi. And maybe when we get there, we'll read it. I'll read to you. Let me not say it. I'll read to you when we get there. Right. I'll read to you what Ojukwu said to him and where Ojukwu was while he was saying it. Let's not rush ahead of ourselves.
Earlier that morning, a number of northern officers and NCOs abducted Ironsi and Fadri. They took them out of Ibadan in War Road. That's in Lalokmo, by the way, where they were tortured, killed, and buried by the NCOs. But this was not officially admitted for months. By the time the mutiny had run its course, an estimated 212 officers and men, most of them Igbo, had sadly lost their lives, while many fled to the east. Meanwhile, Lagos became the focus of the drama. Lieutenant Colonel Gowon, the chief of army staff, was perhaps the first person to initiate counter moves. Immediately he got an inkling of the mutiny at Abeokuta, and this probably helped to save many innocent lives in Lagos. Later that morning, Brigadier Ogundipe, Ironsi's second in command, dispatched him to confer with the rebels at Ikeja cantonment, which was under their control. But they detained Gowon himself, and being the most senior northern officer, launched an unsuccessful expeditionary force. Then, by the morning of 30 July, he became reconciled to a negotiated outcome. After further mediation during the day, Ogundipe accepted to quit quietly and eventually made his way to Britain, where he was later made Nigeria's High Commissioner. When we come back, we're going to start from here, and we'll read some of the things that people have said. We'll also listen to some recordings. I will say things like, why didn't he just stop everybody? Isn't Ogundipe? You should have fought. And I'll read to you from the book by John de St. John, Nigerian Civil War, what Ojukwu said to Ogundipe is written down. And where Ojukwu was when he was making that speech is written. But let me give you a spoiler. Ojukwu always runs. That's a spoiler. It was not where it was supposed to be. I had ran away before I was calling people. But we'll talk about that, on Wednesday. No, that'll be on Friday, right? On Friday. We'll do everything we can to make sure that episode of Domain Republic comes out tomorrow. By the way, the crocodile that they were referring to in the interview earlier, that T.Y. Danjuma was referring to, this is what it looks like. I don't know if you can see it. That's the crocodile. So it's like a stick that he holds. Okay? Okay.
We're going to get into all of those things on Friday.
All right. We're going to get into all of those things on Friday, and hopefully also should be able to have another recording. But that would depend on what happens tomorrow. But by the grace of God, we should be able to put some things out before the Friday session. But we'll be here tomorrow at 4 p.m. if you're time West African time. There are some things we're going to listen to, some fantastic stuff. So please come early, 4 p.m. And don't forget, Tuesdays and Thursdays, we don't stay this long. We'll be done in like 2 hours. So please come early. You'll have a great time. I don't know if anybody wants to contribute, but I'm just going to read some of the things you've written in the comment sections across the different platforms. And then we'll call it a day. I feel like I should read Ojukwu's stuff. Ojukwu was a joker. Was a joker.
1 second, please.
1 second, please.
You said Ojukwu ran away. Lord, he was always a spoiled brat.
You said Ojukwu ran away. Lord, he was always a spoiled brat.
In Kano, he was in.
Now you talk more. But he did run away, to be honest. He ran away. In Kano, he was in Kano in January. He was in the. He was in the Emir's palace. In July, he had run away, miles away from where he was supposed to be. I don't want to tell you where exactly he was, so that we'll talk about that one next time. Then by 67, he ran away again. Just didn't run.
No, you are saying you know.
1 second though.
Because this inside that small kini, pali keke meji. Just the one that has black. Wow. Ojukwu was a relocator.
Ojukwu was a relocator. Oloye of Southern, did you see that thing on Twitter where a girl
No, not that one, like a black wristwatch.
No, there's another one. Sorry, guys.
On the bed. Yes, thank you. Really long. The girl said, Ojukwu relocated. I was like,
The girl said, Ojukwu relocated. I was like, Láṣẹ tó ń jápa. Ojukwu relocated to Cote d'Ivoire. Ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ̀bẹ̀rẹ̀ Ọlọ́run, ànàkùnmùlà èèyàn yìí, ànàkùnmùlà ẹ̀bẹ̀rẹ̀ Ọlọ́run.
All right, we had a great time. I don't know if anybody wants to respond, but before you, if you want to respond,
As well.
feel free to send
All
your
right, we
request.
had a great time. I don't know if anybody wants to respond, but if you want to respond, please feel free to send your request on TikTok. If you are on other platforms, please write in the comment section. I just start with YouTube, then we'll go on Facebook and see if we have any other thing there, and on Twitter as well.
Oh, it's Takun.
All right. Oh, it's Takun Nilai.
Teach me.
Takun Nilai. What's Anokumulai? Teach me Arabic now. Am I using on the Mafi?
On YouTube says.
Petonu on YouTube says. Dédé o Fúlàní máa pa àwọn ará ilé ẹ̀ wọ́n pa Fúlàní máa bẹ́ẹ̀ pa àwọn ará ilé yẹn tán ìwọ̀n tó kọ́ gbére Yorùbá. Takula. Okay, mo náà ti ń kọ́ Arabic kẹ́ tó bọ̀ ń sìn yìí. Wọ́n represent ní ẹ ṣe jàre Takula. Kí ni Anakumulai? Kí ni túmọ̀ Anakumulai? Tell me the meaning of Takula and the meaning of Anakumulai. Thank you. South London says Ojukwu is that girl's uncle. Ah, yes, she said so. Takula means fear God. Okay. Takula is fear God. Okay, I don't. Cohen Burns, are you Igbo? Why are you saying to my degenerate Igbo brother? I don't think they're degenerate. It is well. I think I've already responded to you. Mimi Joseph says they started tribalism in Nigeria but never hold themselves accountable. Mimi Joseph, God bless you. Cohen Bonds, you are. Thank you for being here. It's good to be remembered that there are people like you, so I will not just be insulting because I only be the in the comment section. Anyway, Tojaye Igbo ni o, àwọn Tojaye Yorùbá ra wọn balẹ̀ bọ̀, wọ́n kàn ṣe pé fún yàn. Bon, j'ai pas púpọ̀ lónìí ṣá, wọ́n kàn béèrè àwọn question kò bá kún gbé. Fúlàní pa agbára lé Ọlọ́run. Whatever you want is for yourself. All right. What was the question that Mimi Joseph said? They started tribalism in Nigeria, but they never hold themselves accountable. There's no region in this country that is perfect, right? Every region has a lot of work to do. But the truth of the matter is this. I'll say it this way. That region that calls everybody tribalist is actually the bigot. Wherever you have a group of people from a particular place, especially on social media or even in real life, saying that this person they're tribalists, this one are bigots, this ones are bigots, don't win bigotry. That person that is speaking is the bigot. And when you see that group, that critical mass that's always insulting everybody for and saying bigotry, they are the ones practicing bigotry. And while of course the North can do better, I want to tell you something. What you see in Nigerian politics that the North has done that you hate, that you don't like, that you blame the North for, is bad. The North has to fix up. They learned it from the East. That's the truth. They learned it from the East. They perfected it. When they do it, even you, they didn't know what nepotism was until they experienced it for 4 solid years between 1960 and 1964, and for 6 solid months between January and July of 66. They saw nepotism in the Federal Civil Service, in the embassies, in the universities, in the what's the other one? Even Yabatek, even in pool betting company, they saw nepotism. And that's why I always say that whenever people accuse you, know this, and I'm not joking about it. Every accusation is a confession. What they call you is who they are. If they fix up, they'll be better. All right. I don't mention any books to deal. All right, let's move away from this very quickly. Tomorrow, Isiaka Konde, is this live? Yes, it is live. We have the sessions every weekday, 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time, every week. That's from Mondays to Fridays. Cohen Bond says, please talk about Zik nepotism tomorrow. No, tomorrow we are listening to something else.
Tomorrow or Friday.
If you ask the question, I will answer. Tomorrow or Friday. Most likely Friday I will answer. But tomorrow we'll talk about something else. But there's a document I can recommend if you need the answer now. It's called White Paper on Political Alignment in Western Region. In Western Nigeria. White Paper on Political Alignment in Western Nigeria was published in 1964 by NCNC, Western Caucus of the NCNC. That document you will find in our Telegram channel, Redomi Global. You see the Redomi Global, and you will see nepotism like never before. But there are other documents, by the way, but you can start with that one. It's a shame that such a thing would happen. It's bad. West says, Prof, when are we starting Christianity in Yoruba land? Once we are done with this one, we'll get into the evolution of Christianity in Yoruba land. Okay, you're welcome, Cohen Bond. So please join the Telegram channel. You'll find a document, White Paper on Political Alignment. So you also understand where people are coming from. If you watch that, if you read that, if Samuel Aduke Akintola's speech before the 65 election, you will understand why everything that's happening right now is essentially deja vu. MG says there's a documentary by British circulating TikTok now that talk Azikwe. It's actually funny that you guys are just, let me not say you guys, many people are just discovering it. A lot of you have been sending it to me. I've been using that. It's not a documentary, it's an interview. It's Otikpe.
It's in some of the videos I made. So
I've used it a number of times even this year. It's in some of the videos I made. So when people say tagging me with that video, I was like, well, it's not. Maybe they were not around when we talked about it. We've listened to it, we've watched it. It's in my videos, and the man's name is Harold Smith. Harold Smith. He was a colonial officer. Arrived in Nigeria in 1955. So he was here 5 years before independence. And by the way, let me now say the funny thing. People are also cutting it, and they want to dwell on the fact that the British. By the way, we're done with today's session now. Let's just hang out for another 5-10 minutes before we play the anthem. They're trying to make it like, oh, the British blackmailed Zik into doing what Zik did. Is that correct? Yes. Is that the full thing? No. It's half truth. None of us is perfect. May God help all of us. May our lives become better. But here's the truth of the matter. The British would not be able to blackmail Zik had Zik not misappropriated £877,000 in 1955. Because he took money belonging to Eastern Region Marketing Board, siphoned that money through his own bank, just like another person did recently, put the government money in his own bank, African Continental Bank, loaned the money from that bank to his own companies.
Oga did not have the money.
And then it was time to pay back. Oga did not have the money. The matter went all the way to the House of Lords in the UK. And the person who even pushed it the most was Ayoita. Right? And it went to the House of Lords. There was a tribunal called Foster Sutton Tribunal.
When it comes to Nigeria, I'm not saying.
And so when people talk about the fact that the British, when it comes to Nigeria, I'm not saying there is no imperialism or British or American. I think people that talk like that are very weak.
See what they made us do.
When everything when we are talking, we're just saying, see what they made us do. You can't be talking like that and build a nation. What is what they made you do? You literally took money, £877,000 in 1955. It's not small money. 55, £877,000 in 2025. Think about it for a second. It's a lot of money. 70 years ago is a lot of money. Today is a lot of money. Now think about the value of that money back then. If you read this book, A Fatherless People, Deliogun, I think is also connected. Is also connected somehow to the interview Fatherland. You see how, and someone did it recently, everybody's saying he did well. He took money belonging to the government, put it in a bank where it has interest. Everybody say, yeah, I saved the money. I'm like, are we okay? When he returns the money to you, he's going to put interest. Even if he puts interest, he has already used the money that belongs to the government to run stuff now.
You have budget deficits, but you are saving money.
Have you ever seen anybody in this world that says, okay, you have budget deficits, but you are saving money for waiting? You have infrastructure deficits, but you are saving money. Are we joking? Anyway, but at least he returned the money. That's the good part. Zeke did not return the money. If you read On a Darkling Plain by Ken Saro-Wiwa, one of the reasons Ojukwu disrespected Zeke, you know, when Ojukwu wanted to unravel Zeke and just make him, went to demystify Zeke, that's the word.
He asked for the money.
Do you know the first thing one of the first things Ojukwu did to Zeke? He asked for the money. It's in the book by Ken Saro-Wiwa. Told him to pay back. That was when he began to disrespect Ojukwu. That was when Ojukwu began to disrespect Zeke. He called him an old goat.
Well, yeah, so it's true that they
blackmailed
him, and it's a shame. I mean, it's
well, yeah, so it's true that they blackmailed him, and it's a shame. I mean, it's terrible.
He could have.
But think about it.
The only reason, let me tell you,
you know, he could have taken the honorable path and gone. The only reason, let me tell you, let's even. The reason Azikiwe worked with the North was because he didn't want to go to prison for what he did. That was it.
What he did is human.
And it's human, but it's not because of the British. What he did is human. I'm not blaming him because nobody only passed. But let's not be blaming British. He did what he did. And when he got there, the Igbos used that opportunity to put their people everywhere. They filled everywhere. Everywhere.
It was bad.
It was bad.
And it's not just in the past.
Just on today's topic, it was bad.
In Anambra State.
And it's not just in the past. I mentioned it earlier. In Anambra State, is a federal institution. They opened in that state. Said they should recruit people less than 900. 65 were from Enugu. 811 were from Anambra. 811 plus 65 is 876. How many can remain of the 900? Less than 900 though. We never reach 900 people though.
If you think I'm lying, just read that document.
Just put your people. If you think I'm lying, just read that document and then Redomi Global on Telegram. It's a free document. If you want to buy some of these books like Why We Strong, you can find them on Redomi Books on Telegram as well. Let me read a few more things before we go. That guy that confessed himself to be an Igbo guy is actually Oyinbo. These people's shenanigans is... Oh, is Oyinbo, is not Igbo. Oh, no matter who you are,
I'm going to say
peace.
What I said the way I say it. I try not to be condescending.
The important thing, regardless of I'm going to say what I said the way I say it. I try not to be condescending. I try, but it's quite that when people say things like you're condescending, to be honest, for the most part, what they are saying is I stop talking. Because I consider myself to be quite measured, and it's intentional. So when you are very calmly saying, and they'll say, oh, you are which is well. I think we're good. I want to see if you have any that comment, but we're good. We'll be here at 4 p.m. 4 p.m. Ife time tomorrow. 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time tomorrow. And we're going to have a great session. We had a video come out earlier today. I spoke about how Zogo surrendered to Ironsi. Read from the book by Adewale Ademoyega. It's on YouTube. It's on TikTok. Please watch, enjoy, and share. And then there's one that will come out later tonight. Then, of course, we'll have the Redomi game tomorrow evening. Sinchin says, Zeke and Ojukwu personal typify and averageable.
Let me end by saying something. Yeah.
Let me end by saying something.
It's a cultural thing. Ramorisha, Ola.
It's a cultural thing.
But we have
Ramorisha, Ola.
Come on Friday.
Ola. Ola. But we have a recording on Friday. Come on Friday. Let us come and do your real episode. Not that other one that we did test run. We're not using it. So the first episode is coming out tomorrow evening. Redomi Republic to be out on YouTube. To be out on Redomi Republic YouTube channel. Or put adverts of it on other stuff. What was I saying? Yes, please.
To make up for the one.
Let us come. You contest on Friday.
Thank you very much.
To make up for the one you did before. Adamurisha. Thank you very much with your other account.
So here's the issue.
I was going to say something. Cinching. So here's the issue.
Most of what people complain about.
Most of what people complain about
Personality issue.
is not really a personality issue. It's a cultural issue, but people don't like to hear it.
If I have to make my point in the next one, let me just.
I have to switch this audio. If I have to make my point in the next 1 minute, let me not assume this thing will not go off. Let's switch, and then I can fire about it. Say what I want to say. Mambo.
Hello. Okay. Nothing. I'll answer your question. Let me just finish this one. What people complain about is actually.
Hello. Okay.
And this is where I think personality issues.
What people complain about is actually not, and this is where I think people understand the fact that it's not about hating anybody. It's an issue. It's not like you are bad. It's a cultural issue. And the thing about that is that all you require is to evolve, and it has to be done internally. Because if you do it, I mean, it has to evolve from within. You have to evolve from within. Because if it is forced or catalyzed by an outside event, by an external event, you may not like what will happen that will force you to evolve. E.g., like what we just read right now, the reason folks from the southeast will never yap anyhow in the north is because of 1966. That is it. We can stand here and be pontificating. That's it. The reason Igbos will not yap anyhow in the north is 66. It's factory resetting. It happened. They changed. You know, the Bible said that be renewed. Do not be conformed with this world, but be renewed. No. Be transformed by the renewing of your mind. The mind got renewed.
Evolution in the north. The same thing happened.
That was that external thing that forced evolution in the north. The same thing happened in parts of South, especially in River State. So that this year, 2025, because of what happened between 67 and 70, and the response of folks of the South, by the time they went to have Igbo Festival in Port Harcourt this year, those people said no. They had to beg. Why? Because those ones have already provided that external push.
When we talk in Yoruba land, it's not
the reason I speak like this is because when we talk in Yoruba land, it's not the problem of Yoruba people. Hausa says the same thing. Northerners generally say the same thing. Southerners, people from rivers especially, because they speak very loudly on these matters these days. You have people in Ghana, South Africa, Mozambique, Vietnam, Pakistan, and the other stands. Everybody is complaining about the same.
It's better for people to sit down and say,
everybody's saying it's probably because it's not the people that are complaining, it's the culture that needs to evolve. But it's better for people to sit down and say, Oga, we need to fix this thing and get better. But if they don't, what will happen is something from outside will happen. And the way they are moving in Yoruba land, I hope that we're not going to have something like that. I really hope so, because it's not always palatable. Like when you have that kind of thing catalyzing the evolution is not very good. Just think about what happened in the North in 66. You understand what I'm trying to say? There's no Igbo on earth. I'm saying this. There's no Igbo on this surface of this earth that would try what they say in Yoruba land in the North. None. They've not given birth to that person. All this, we have rights. Nobody can try it in the North. You know what? People should prove the points. Prove me wrong. Give me an example.
to try it.
This about, I mean, this is a terrible stuff.
Because,
It's
see,
encoded in your DNA
life is
that
funny.
you don't move
And
mad.
this about, I mean, this is a terrible stuff. It's encoded in your DNA. There are some places you don't move mad.
Sit down in Sokoto.
Imagine going to the north and telling them that you have rights.
They remind you that maybe you have not finished learning.
You sit down in Sokoto or in Kano.
They say we are
They remind you that maybe you have not finished learning the lesson of 66.
the South Side. I played a video in one of the videos.
But you see, we are doing good people, great nation. The South Side, I played a video in one of the things I put out the other day. The South. Those ones said, Igbos must not come back. They said it. The face was on BBC. They said it.
It's outside they're shouting, they belong to us. They are
And so in the land, they know it's outside they're shouting, they belong to us. They are Igbo. Go and meet them. Go to Ikoyi and go and say it. You won't say it. It's in Yoruba land that people are flexing because, you know. And the thing about Yoruba people is this, and I said this 2 years ago during the election. No, I started saying this in 2022, to be honest. I started saying it in 2022. Like the way you guys are behaving, Yoruba people will change, oh. Yoruba will change, oh. Now they are shouting bigotry. That's still, we're still talking. It's not better that we're still talking. Yoruba people will change, oh. And when they change,
Nothing. Ask a question. Respond to that.
all right. Nothing. Ask the question, respond to that, they will get going. What search words can I use to get that episode where you spoke about Igbo caucus plan for Nigeria? Igbo caucus, no. What can you use to get it though? Show more rolling dollar. Show more factor. This guy used to pay me for singing a song over and over again. Many people. I'll look for it and then just tell you. Ade says they will start shouting genocide.
I don't know. And the sad part is having to go through the same thing in every.
It's also people are wise. I don't know. And the sad part is having to go through the same thing in every generation. That's for me. I think it's bad. You shouldn't. I mean, people make mistakes and learn from it. You can't be repeating the same mistakes in every generation and then be crying the same tears. I want to look for the title for you.
You may want to start with how Igbo intellectuals scripted the victimhood and supremacy narrative.
You may want to start with how Igbo intellectuals scripted the victimhood and supremacy narratives. That's a mouthful, but that's the title of the video on YouTube. One of the videos.
Just look for Igbo intellectuals.
In fact, let me just give you the two. How Igbo intellectuals, just look for Igbo intellectuals. And then the other one is how the Igbo planned to perpetually rule Nigeria.
This is not against.
By the way, if you are Igbo here, please understand, this is not against you. None of these things, I'm not saying none of these things to make you make you out to be like bad or terrible. It's what happened with leaders or politicians from your part of town. And I've had sessions here where we discuss what happened from our own part of town as well. You know, we had sessions on it. So we're discussing history. The best I can do is to be respectful, you know, but we can't shut up because it will make you feel uncomfortable. But we'll be respectful. But yes, there was a plan to perpetually rule Nigeria. The plan was devised in 1944 and it was supposed to start in 64, which is why what happened in 66 was answer to prayers. They said in 64 they're going to have to wait for under 5 years. That's what they said. Like if you go through the political means, it's going to be under 5 years. But they did it in 2. And they lost it after 6 months. And they've not been back there in 55 years. 55? About 59 years. So plan something in 44 to accomplish it in 64, 20-year plan. There's another video, 20-year plan. I think there's another video I have on YouTube, 20-year plan. Yeah, the 20-year plan, right? And then they couldn't accomplish it in 64. So they said, you know, the 20-year Igbo plan for Nigeria. Also one of the videos there. It's the 20-year Igbo plan that shaped Nigeria. If you're Igbo, you may not have heard this thing. It may be painful hearing it, but it's the reality. And it's not your fault. But understand where the problem is coming from. It's not like people hate you. Things have been done. You may not even know. Please post it on TikTok too. It's on TikTok. Everything I'm saying here is on TikTok. But TikTok doesn't have title and thumbnails like you'll find on YouTube like this. It's online, it's on YouTube, it's on TikTok, it's on Twitter. The 20-year Igbo plan that shaped Nigeria and how Igbo plan to rule Nigeria perpetually. So 44, the group is called the Igbo National Caucus. They sat down in 44 to accomplish something in 64. Then they met again 20 years later and said, you know what, this is what we're going to do. We're going to do this in South, in the middle, what they called it, minorities, Eastern minorities. They had plans for every region. Eastern minorities, they had plan for the North, they had plan for the Western region. They put it together and they said, we're going to give ourselves 5 years to accomplish it. And then the coup happened, that was in 64. That same year, here's the crazy part. I think we'll have another session on it. That same year, 64, where they gave themselves 5 years, they planned there was going to be a coup that same year. That was a coup involving Azikiwe and Ojukwu. Ojukwu planned that coup. The only reason they didn't go through with it was because Ejo and Gowon went to report to Welby Everett. So 64 that they said they're going to give themselves 5 years, they planned a coup that year because of the constitutional crisis that was happening between Azikiwe and Tafawa Balewa. 65, they now planned another coup in August. They started planning in August, recruited everybody by first week of November, and then executed January of 66. That was when Iran now became head of state. And every single thing Iran did, was based on the plan of the Igbo National Caucus and the NCNC. You saw it in the book by Adewale Ademoyega. He said it, that they were following NCNC template, e.g. unitary system. It was an NCNC idea since the 1950s, about 1951 thereabout. They've been pushing it, everybody said no. As soon as Iran got there, that was one of the first things they did, by May. So, 20-year plan, they didn't accomplish it. They gave us 5 years. They accomplished it in 2, which is admirable. But they lost that power after 6 months. And they've been shut out of that place for 59 years. Talk about short-term thinking. All right, may God bless everybody. May God bless Nigeria and every region in Nigeria and every ethnicity. And may we solve our issues. But before you start crying that everybody hates you, people hate you, you don't know what has been done all along. By the way, if you're people that are saying that they hate you, if they know what has been done, actually, even if they know, they will still like you. The group in Nigeria that want everybody has to respect the most, as far as all this narrative of the marginalized is concerned, is the South, especially Akwa Ibom and Cross River. Akwa Ibom and Cross River, those two states specifically, and Edo and Delta. Actually, it's about 6. But Akwa Ibom and Cross River particularly. Akwa Ibom, Delta, Edo. Sorry, Akwa Ibom, Cross River, Edo. Those 3 ones. And then Ondo, where they went to bomb places. Ondo, Rivers, those ones they don't have time. They don't want to share anybody anyhow. But I think folks from those places are they healed. They healed. And they should be respected. May God bless Nigeria. May God bless you all. Oh, but God bless you too.
Sinchi says now I understand why their forefathers
Sinchi says now I understand why their forefathers planted. Now I understand why the forefather implanted the perpetuity of nation of might. Yes. Kini Yogun is a very long thing. 54 was when Azikiwe came up with that thing that Nigeria has to exist in perpetuity. He called it the indivisibility of the union. If you check 1999 constitution, what Zik said in 54 is still in this constitution. But the word you're going to find is indissolubility. The indissolubility of Nigeria. That phrase is from Zik. Indivisibility, indissolubility, the perpetuity of the union. All those phrases, Zik introduced them. May God have mercy on everybody. But nobody should be crying that they are being marginalized. Nobody even marginalized anybody. How is people being marginalized? How are they being marginalized? How? How? We had one president.
Olusegun Obasanjo, and we had 4 Igbo Senate presidents. We used those 8 years, 4. NWRM, Adolfo Abara, Ken Namani, and Ayinpa Osanyim. Can't go around saying people did anything to anybody. We are all in this Nigeria together. We'll get better together. But let's own up, know where the issue is, heal, and build a nation. But emotional blackmailing will work more. May God bless you. Before we leave, we're going to listen to the anthems, the Nigerian anthem and the Yoruba anthem. Please sing along. If you don't know the songs, if you don't know the lyrics, go and learn, please. Be a good Nigeria. Thank you very much. Did I mention Okadigbo?
Yes.
Oh, there were 5.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Chubok Kadigbo.
Yes. NWRM. Oh, yes. NWRM. Chubok Kadigbo.
5.
Adolfo Abara. Ken Namani. Ayinpa Osanyim. 5. Thank you for adding that. Thank you. 5 in 8 years. Senate presidency. That's the 3rd person in command. Say, when are you going to have presidency? I'm asking when will the Kanuri have presidency? Actually, they had 1, sir. Kanuri has had 1 president. Igbos have had 2. Nigerian anthem, are we in Ibadan in July of 66 like Iran said? No, nobody is dying here. We are just good citizens, patriotic citizens. Nobody is dying here. All right, so the anthem, the Nigerian anthem, and then the Yoruba anthem, and then we'll call it a day. Where's the cable?
Please, let's make it early tomorrow, 4 p.m.
Please, let's make it early tomorrow, 4 p.m. if your time West African time. Someone says, which Kanuri? Abacha. Abacha was Kanuri. Abacha was Kanuri. We've had 1 Kanuri, no Hausa, and then 2 Igbos, a number of Northerners, many Fulanis. At least we have Kamakomo Folomo. I'm sure eventually they will also, Igbo will produce Oboy. I think a lot of things have to be sorted before that thing happens, because Nigeria's history is not in the past. That's good and bad. It's still happening. Just feel everywhere. It is well. Let's listen to the anthem, and then we'll say a few more things. Nigerian anthem. Take a listen, please.
Motherland.
adúláwọ̀. Àwa ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀, ìmọ́lẹ̀ wọ̀ ní wọ́kùn lágbára Ọlọ́run. Ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ò ní bàjẹ́, Nàìjíríà náà ò ní bàjẹ́. Gbogbo ẹ̀yà tó wà Nàìjíríà Ọlọ́run á ràn ọ̀gbọ́n lọ́wọ́, Ọlọ́run á bùkún gbogbo wa o. Ilẹ̀ Yorùbá yìí kò ní bàjẹ́ o. Gbogbo nǹkan tá a yàn láti jẹ́ kí ilẹ̀ wa gbèrú sí Ọlọ́run á ràn wá lọ́wọ́ láti ṣe. Thank you very much for being part of today's session, and thank you, Sinchin, for that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Please subscribe to the YouTube channels, Busuyi Oris Works, and Redomi Republic. Our first episode of the game show will be out tomorrow in the evening. So please subscribe, support. If you want to support the show itself, reach out to me, please, on Telegram at Busuyi Oris. We're not putting the account details because it's already late. Busuyi Oris on Telegram. I'll be glad to tell you how you can support us. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. And thanks to everyone. Emmy, I saw what you wrote. You said next time we should write about federal infrastructure. There's a lot of federal infrastructure in the eastern region. You just don't see it because you don't want to. One of the schools that received the most allocation in the last 2 years is University of Nigeria, Nsukka. You don't see it in those buildings. It's not because the money was not disbursed. There's a lot of federal allocation in federal presence in the eastern region. And it didn't start today. It started in the middle of the war, 1968. It was there before the war. They didn't even wait for the war to finish before they started rebuilding. We'll talk about that, but if you want to know who did all this work, you can go and research this name. Emmy Ukpabi Asika. UK PABI Ukpabi ASIKA Asika. Research that man. They hate him, by the way. But it was a great blessing to the Igbos for what he did. But research, and hopefully you find more details about him. Thank you very much for being here today. I'll see you tomorrow, 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time. Have a great evening. God bless you. God keep you. And God cause his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. Thank you very much. Good night.